Chapter 2242. Infinite God Killing Bow. Chapter 2242. Infinite God Killing Bow. In just a blink of an eye, the silvernet blood essence tunneled into that person's bosom. Yi Yuan's injuries had yet to recover, but it was already too late to want to catch up. The current silvernet blood essence was already unbelievably weak. That person hugged him, Dao Mark's flas. HI plus ing on his body. The silvernet blood essence was actually recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, the silvernet blood essence chirruped. People had no idea what he was talking about. That person's gaze looked toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's figure suddenly turned stiff, feeling like his throat was being clutched by someone, unable to even breathe. This person was too terrifying. Just this look, Yi Yuan was certain that the other party's strength was probably much more horrifying than Nine Origin. That was right, this guy who walked out of the blood pool, his aura was identical with Nine Origin's. He was of the divine race. Furthermore, he was in existence even more terrifying than Nine Origin. The divine race powerhouse rubbed the silvernet blood essence's little head and said, "Relax, this ancestor helped you to unlock intelligence. So you're this ancestor's person. If somebody bullies you, this ancestor will naturally seek justice for you. After this ancestor takes care of these few fellows, I'll extract that boy's divine soul out, and let you eat him." Hearing this, the silvernet blood essence giggled, appearing very happy. A hint of surprise flashed across Yi Yuan's eyes, but he did not run away. The silvernet blood essence was not captured, so how could he possibly escape? At most, enter the gray pupil state once more and clash head-on with this guy once. Although this divine race powerhouse was extremely terrifying, his present state was far from comparable to Nine Origin. Even though Yi Yuan was wary, it was not to the extent of fleeing in defeat either. The divine race powerhouse gave Yi Yuan a glance rather unexpectedly and said, "Under this ancestor's pressure, you actually didn't escape. Boy, you somewhat surprised me." Yi Yuan was merely a little crawling bug in his eyes. He would not care at all. His attention was still on those several heavenly emperors. After all, those were existences that could threaten him. Yi Yuan's gaze turned slightly dark and he said, "You're the divine race's ancestor. So you call yourself this ancestor? You know about the divine race?" The divine race powerhouse was really surprised this time, while the few heavenly emperors looked at Yi Yuan with blank faces. Clearly, they had not heard of such an amazing race before. "Not only do I know, but I also even fought them before. It's just a pity too weak," Yi Yuan said coolly. Seeing the divine race, the fury in Yi Yuan's heart soared, and he naturally did not have any good expression. The moment the divine race powerhouse heard, he could not help bursting out laughing and said, "Haha, weak? It's still the first time somebody said that the divine race is weak in front of this ancestor. Boy, you're very COCKY. However, you have to come up with a draft first when you're boasting too. My divine race, in the same rank, there's still no problem fighting 10 of you by themselves." "Is that so? Then I wonder how many of your divine sons can fight me alone?" Yi Yuan said with a look of contempt. The divine race powerhouse's eyes shrunk again. He discovered that Yi Yuan really seemed to know quite a bit about the divine race. The past had faded like smoke. Those in this heaven-span world who knew that the divine race's existence were only those old monsters who survived from the last epoch. How could this brat in front of him possibly know? His gaze turned dark and he said in a cold voice, "Humph, brat, to dare provoke this ancestor. Well done, after this ancestor takes care of these few, I'll slowly deal with you again." Finished talking, his gaze turned sharp and he said to those few people, "All right, send the few of you on the way first." Done talking, the aura on the divine race powerhouse's body suddenly erupted, causing Dao marks flickering incessantly. An outrageous pressure made the faces of the few great heavenly emperors change drastically. They were currently heavily injured, and did not even have the chance to escape. However, right at this time, something unforeseen happened. The Tao marks on the divine race powerhouse's body stimulated the air in the enormous cave all at once. Rumble! An even more frightening energy undulation than before rose up in the huge cave. Within the karst cave, the blood light faded, 8 dazzling beams of light suddenly lit up, rapidly spreading to the 8 directions of the cave. Those 8 directions were precisely where the 8 God statues were located. Rumble! The 8 God statues actually came to life all at once. The 8 God statues moved around, each and every one of their postures extremely bizarre. Their mouths even emitted strange syllables like they were chanting. Suddenly, the void trembled. Limitless golden light shone inside the cave, akin to a blazing sun descending, illuminating every place in the cave as if it was daytime. That boundless blood color was completely replaced by golden light in this instant. An ancient aura came out of the void. The expression of the divine race powerhouse changed abruptly, crying out in surprise, "Limitless God! Killing Bao! This bunch of DAM! N things, not resting even if they are dead, to actually still leave behind such a contingency." Yi Yuan looked above the dome with a face of shock. A golden bow and arrow slowly appeared. This bow's aura was horrifying to the extreme. Yi Yuan had seen before a Heavenly Emperor spirit treasure, but even Heavenly Emperor Ninelive's Yuluo ghost lantern paled in comparison to this bow and arrow. This aura seemed to be from above the clouds, as if it came from Heavenly Tao, dominating myriad things. Tao artifact. This is a Tao artifact. The Blood Sea has existed for countless tens of thousands of years. I didn't expect that it was actually still hiding a Tao artifact. Looking at that bow and arrow, Heavenly Emperor Quicksand's face carried unbelievable shock. Right at this time, the golden bow completely revealed its image. The entire underground cave started trembling violently. SPAC was twisting, the cave was collapsing. The aura of this bow and arrow was seriously too strong. The divine race powerhouse seemed to be crazy, laughing loudly as he said, "Ha ha ha! There's the limitless God! Killing Bow and Sunderless Feather Emperor Arrow. What can you all, this bunch of DAM N things do to me? I, Daymeld, will receive an arrow from you head-on." Daymeld's aura skyrocketed. The Tao marks on his body turned into a huge domain. An aura that showed disdain on all under the heavens erupted from his body. This horrifying aura was actually able to stand up to the limitless God! Killing Bow above the dome as an equal. When Heavenly Emperor Quicksand and the rest saw this scene, each and every one of their faces revealed astonished looks. What a terrifying aura! His aura is clearly just around 6 firmament Heavenly Emperor, but how can he be so strong? Just what kind of race is this divine race? Why have I never heard of it before? Even Yi Yuan's pupils constricted too. Daymeld's control of Tao marks was absolutely far above 90 origins. This guy's strength was too terrifying. Yi Yuan weighed it over. Even if he took Daymeld into his small world and carried out a life-and-death battle with him, he did not have the assurance to finish off the other party either. Fortunately, the powerhouse who sealed Daymeld back then left behind a contingency. Even if this arrow could not kill Daymeld, it could definitely seriously injure him too. While at this time, the limitless God killing Bow above the dome was slowly drawn. A peerlessly domineering aura surged to the sky, burst right through the cave, and headed straight for the clouds. At this moment, the entire HI plus NRA ghost region could feel this Astonies. HI plus-ing aura. Outside the cave, starlight sprinkled down. Bow arched to the limit like the full moon. Only seeing this scene did Yi Yuan know why Daymeld chose to receive it head-on. Not that he did not want to run, but that he could not escape. This power, even if you run beyond the 9th level, you could not evade this arrow either. Daymeld let out an explosive roar as he roared furiously, "Come!" As if hearing Daymeld's challenge, the limitless God killing bow released an arrow. Chapter 2243. I don't care who you are. Chapter 2243. I don't care who you are. Bang! The bowstring vibrated. The pale white arrow that was condensed out of spiritual energy tore through the air. Everyone did not even have time to react when they saw the arrow turn into a streak of flowing light, SMAs. HI+ing towards Daymeld. Rumble. In virtually an instant, the entire underground cave directly burst apart. The horrifying energy directly lifted the underground cave flying. The entire mountain range was leveled to the ground. Only then did everything seem to react to it. An Astonies. HI+ing loud bang sounded out in the huge pit. SPAC had a long fissure split open by this arrow. This arrow was too fast until even SPAC time did not react to it. Heavenly Emperor Quicksand and the few mighty Heavenly Emperors had faces that were still suffering from the shock. Even if they were supreme and invincible, they were also shocked by this scene just now until they could not close their mouth. He looked toward the Yiyuan beside him and opened his mouth and said, "El little brother, and many thanks for your life-saving grace." At the critical moment just now, Yiyuan urged his spatial node technique and teleported the few of them out. Otherwise, the few of them would be dead until not even dregs remained currently. Yiyuan looked at them and said coolly, "The divine race coming into being one after another. I'm afraid that the doomsday battle isn't far anymore. All the best to you guys." Doomsday battle? Heavenly Emperor Quicksand had a blank look, seemingly uncertain what it meant. But from this name, one could also tell that this was not some good thing. Moreover, this divine race powerhouse's strength was too terrifying. Yiyuan did not explain what the doomsday battle was. He slowly took out the bone sword and walked over toward the enormous pit. Heavenly Emperor Quicksand's gaze turned intent, and he said, "Little brother, what are you trying to do?" Yiyuan did not even turn his head back as he said coolly, "Going to take back the Silvernet blood essence." In the depths of the enormous pit, a figure slowly crawled to his feet, pointed at the sky, and laughed wildly. "The few of you'd things you think that you can kill this ancestor with a limitless God killing bow? Ha ha! After this ancestor recovers strength, I'll definitely trample the heaven-span world, and let those few little bastards tremble under this ancestor's feet. Amen?" Daymeld was cursing away but saw a figure slowly walk over, and he could not help turning his head to look. This person was none other than precisely Yiyuan. His two eyes narrowed, and he said with a cold smile, "Human whelping, you think that this ancestor suffering heavy wounds, you'll have an opportunity to take advantage of?" Yiyuan looked at him and said coolly, "Hand over the Silvernet blood essence, and I'll make it painless." Daymeld laughed from extreme fury. Looking at Yiyuan like looking at a fool, he said disdainfully, "Back then, even 8 Deva 4th blight and above human old farts couldn't kill this ancestor and could only seal this ancestor here. Now, just the likes of you, a whelping still wet behind your ears, also dares threaten this ancestor?" Far away, when Heavenly Emperor Quicksand and the rest heard this, their minds shook wildly. Only then did they know how terrifying this existence before their eyes was. 8 Deva 4th blight and above powerhouses. How strong is this guy's strength? Deva realm powerhouses, each one can move mountains and fill the seas. They are peak powerhouses that can turn the galaxy upside down. He can actually fight 1-on-8? Just what kind of existence is suppressed in this blood sea? Why isn't that human running for his life at once? Why does he still want Silvernet blood essence at this time? Yiyuan looked at him and said coolly, "I don't care who you are. Hand the Silvernet blood essence over." Everyone was rendered collectively speechless. Could this boy be a fool? Or was it that he did not know what Deva 4th blight signified? Rather, it was the heavenly Emperor Nine Lives who was far away. When looking at Yi Yuan, his gazes glimmered. That arrow previously extinguished another one of his lives. Relying on the Yuluo ghost lantern, he rebirthed again. But he was only a peak Empyrean now. During this trip, he did not gain anything but lost 2 lives. He really had nowhere to go even if he had an urge to cry. But he still had some confidence in Yi Yuan. He could feel that the Silvernet blood essence was very important to Yi Yuan. He was even more aware that Yi Yuan was too monstrous. He really wanted to see, between the ancient period's supreme powerhouse and Yi Yuan, who was stronger and who was weaker. Ha ha! Interesting. Very interesting. I already don't know how long it has been since anyone dared to utter this kind of words in front of this ancestor. If I don't give it to you? Daymeld said with a look of amuse. Whose? H. Plus Yi Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared. The next instant, he already appeared in front of Daymeld, attacking at a word of disagreement. Regarding Yi Yuan's sneak attack, Daymeld's face revealed a look of disdain. An ant like Yi Yuan, he did not take him seriously at all, even if his current realm already fell to the late-stage Empyrean realm. But the next moment, his expression changed. An Astoni's HI+ing power erupted around him. In an instant, countless sword lights enveloped him. Rumble! Without the slightest surprise, Daymeld's figure flew out backward and smashed out a human-shaped hole in the huge pit again. Yi Yuan did not stop, figure moving directly Russ. HI+ing into the large pit. Rumble! 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 Underground, intense rumbling sounds came from time to time, making everyone who heard them feel frightened. The 2 people fought from underground to the surface and fought from the surface to the sky again. That horrifying aura made everyone's complexion turn ashen. Yi Yuan gained the advantage with a move, each move aiming for the vitals, pressuring until Daymeld could not catch his breath at all. Heavenly Emperor Quicksand and the rest watched until their breathing was ragged. Is this boy really just a 6th Firmament Empyrean? This attack, even a 9th Firmament Empyrean will also find it hard to block, right? Heavenly Emperor Quicksand said with alarm. When did such a monster appear in the human race? His spatial law is already almost reaching rank 7, right? No wonder he dares to be so arrogant, having no respect for that divine race powerhouse. However, that divine race powerhouse isn't an ordinary person. He probably hasn't brought out his true strength yet, right? This degree of battle already far exceeded the scope of Cultivation Realm. Cultivation Realm already completely did not have a reference point anymore. These 2 people were both existences who brute force jumped realms to battle. Putting aside Daymeld, he was an existence that even 8 Deva 4th Blight powerhouses were unable to shake. Disregarding that he only had roughly the strength of a 7th Firmament Empyrean, even if he was only a 5th Firmament Empyrean, probably even peak Empyrean powerhouses were not a match for him at all too. But Yi Yuan's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. The cultivation realm that he displayed was only 6th Firmament Empyrean. But the thickness of his divine essence, the profoundness of his laws, the fearsomeness of his combat strength, took everyone's breath away in wonder. With the strength that Yi Yuan displayed, cutting down 9th Firmament Empyreans was similarly nothing difficult. These 2 people could be said to be evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. Yi Yuan was taking advantage in one move, pressing on relentlessly with every step, not giving Daymeld any chance to catch his breath at all. Rumble! With another sword move, Yi Yuan directly slammed Daymeld under the ground. Then he chased after again with a flash. But right at this time, a streak of blue light shot out from underground with a loud bang. Yi Yuan was caught by surprise, mustering his strength and chopping out with a sword. Rumble! The bone sword in Yi Yuan's hand turned into a pile of powder under the attack of the Dao marks. Everyone watched until they felt terror. This Empyrean spirit treasure was shattered just like that. Daimeld slowly crawled out from underground, looking at Yi Yuan. His expression was cold. "Brat, looks like you really weren't bragging. Your strength is indeed a great deal stronger than our divine son's. I truly didn't expect that the human race actually produced a genius like you." Chapter 2244. I have a sword, do you dare receive? Chapter 2244. I have a sword, do you dare receive? However, now that your sword is gone, what will you use to fight with me? Daimeld looked at Yi Yuan with a grin on his face. Yi Yuan's cultivation method coupled with sword intent fused with spatial law, the power was hair-raisingly strong. This kind of combat strength could virtually use heaven-defying to describe. Therefore, Daimeld also had to ruin Yi Yuan's sword at the risk of suffering a great loss in strength. A swordsman without a sword, how could he talk about fighting? The bone sword was indeed an extremely important thing to Yi Yuan. Ever since the ancient God battlefield battle, Yi Yuan's primary sword had always been the bone sword. This bone sword was a legacy. Yi Yuan used it very smoothly. This shattering earlier indeed had a tremendous impact on Yi Yuan. It was like he lost something in his heart. But during that moment, a trace of understanding was produced in Yi Yuan's heart. He seemed to have grasped something. Yi Yuan was like an ancient well without ripples. He just said coolly, "Swordless. I'll use my fists then." Swaz. H. Plus in a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan's vital energy billowed to the sky. An Astoni's H.I. plus ing true dragon pressure instantly dispersed between heaven and earth. Divine dragon trampling heaven. Grand universe palm. Transient heavenly dragon hand. Each of Yi Yuan's punches was faster than the last. The entire sky was filled with his fist images everywhere. That horrifying pressure made the group of heavenly emperors stare wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Earlier, they even thought that Yi Yuan without his sword would be equivalent to a tiger without its teeth. But now, they discovered that Yi Yuan actually became an enormous dragon without his sword. A dragon's might was unstoppable. Under the fist images, Daimeld practically wanted to vomit blood. Twice, he lost both the initiative. Yet Yi Yuan's combat strength was fearsome to the extreme. It went even far beyond their divine races. Being pressured by Yi Yuan, he did not have the chance to retaliate at all, and could only defend Pa-S Sively. Concerning limitless G.O.D. killing Bao's arrow earlier, even though he fended it off, his injuries were critical to the extreme. Otherwise, what did it have to do with Yi Yuan anymore? Yet, Yi Yuan's unreasonable fighting method made him not have the strength to fight back at all. This boy, his fleshly body actually reached the realm of perfection. How can such a monster appear in the human race? Each punch stronger than the last, each fist heavier than the last. Yi Yuan's imposing aura was also in the midst of continuously rising. He currently only had one thought. It was to kill Daimeld and take the Silvernet blood essence. He could not afford to drag it on. Heretic dragon dominating S.P.A.C. Yi Yuan strode out, as if the spirit of a true dragon suddenly stepped out of the void. This divine ability, Yi Yuan raised his aura to the limits. Its power was unimaginable. With a step, S.P.A.C. shattered. Dow marks on Daimeld's body glimmered, desperately trying to withstand this move. But he spewed a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, his figure flying out backward. He was smashed into the chasm once more. Yi Yuan stood in the air, akin to a celestial deity descending upon the mortal world. Even those heavenly emperor powerhouses were also dumbstruck with amazement. They had seen before Daimeld's power. That kind of might simply made heaven and earth tremble. Even the limitless God killing Bao, that kind of horrifying attack, was still blocked by him. But he was actually without the slightest strength to fight back in front of Yi Yuan. This scene seriously exceeded their expectations. However, the might of the divine race far exceeded everyone's imagination. Daimeld flew out stubbornly once more. If it were an ordinary peak Empyrean powerhouse, suffering this terrifying attack, they would have long turned to ashes. It was just that, the current Daimeld no longer had the unparalleled invincible might from before. He was clothed in ragged clothes, his aura seemingly feeble. He looked at Yi Yuan coldly and said in a solemn voice, "Fine lad, I underestimated you. I didn't expect that you actually still have the dragon race's bloodline. This move, heretic dragon dominating S.P. A.C., I really haven't seen it for a long time." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly and he said, "You know this move?" Daimeld said with a cold smile, "More than just know. You probably don't know, but the last dragon ancestor died under this ancestor's hands. You might not be aware of what kind of existence the dragon ancestor was. He was an existence that could be mentioned in the same breath with Tao ancestors. Although he was not as strong, he wasn't far off." Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, killing intent immediately surfacing. His impression of the dragon race was not very good, but his abilities, half of it came from the dragon race. This bloodline origin, he could not avoid it. But even more was still shock. In this world, was there really an existence that could be mentioned in the same breath with Tao ancestors? In Daimeld's eyes, he did not seem to care about Tao ancestors at all. Could it be that his strength at his prime could even defeat Tao ancestors? This shock was by no means insignificant. In his understanding, Tao ancestors were invincible existences. They were paramount existences. But along with his realm getting higher and higher, Yi Yuan gradually realized that it did not seem to be the case. It was true that Tao ancestors were invincible, but those existences who Serpa said heavenly emperors seemed to similarly be incomparably powerful. Daimeld's one sentence was earth-shattering. The ones who were shocked were not just Yi Yuan. Even those heavenly emperor powerhouses who heard this were in shock. Only heavenly emperor Quicksand's gaze glimmered, seemingly knowing something. Daimeld seemed to have seen through Yi Yuan's misgivings and said with a cold smile, "Are you very surprised? How can Tao ancestors die? How can someone be placed on par with Tao ancestors? This ancestor can tell you. Tao ancestors. There are strong and weak ones. If not for you humans being despicable and shameless, bullying with numbers, how could my divine race be suppressed for an epoch?" Yi Yuan trembled all over, his gaze revealing astounded looks. Daimeld laughed loudly and said, "Of course you have no need to know about these, because, since this ancestor ran into this generation's dragon ancestor in advance, then, there won't be a dragon ancestor in this era anymore. 2 generations of dragon ancestors dying under my hands, truly invigorating. Invigorating. Ha ha ha, after the doomsday battle this time, my divine race will descend upon the heaven-span world." Rumble. His voice had yet to fade when a horrifying aura erupted once more. The power of heavenly Tao suddenly descended. The heavenly emperors present all changed expressions. Reaching Daimeld's level, every movement and action was within the scope of the Tao. The power was simply unimaginable. He was being attacked crazily by Yi Yuan previously and did not have time to maneuver heavenly Tao at all. But this time, he was different. He said so much in order to confuse Yi Yuan's mind, to mutilate and create time for himself. Yi Yuan's spatial law was too formidable, his movement technique being swift as lightning. That kind of attack that did not take any breathers made him unable to retaliate at all. If his realm was higher, then forget it. Yet, his injuries were currently incomparably severe. The strength that he unleashed was less than 1/10,000th in normal situation. Under such circumstances, he was unable to complete the mutilation of strength at all. Yi Yuan clearly eyed this point. That was why he rendered him incapable of fighting back with attacks that blotted out the heaven and covered the earth. It was just a pity that this boy was still a little too inexperienced. Ha ha! This ancestor descending upon the world anew, all you human, demon, fiend, and various races, Just wait and tremble. Boy, try out this ancestor's move. Heavenly Tao Tsang Huang. Daimeld laughed wildly, his gaze full of contempt. How could his realm be what this kind of crawling bug could imagine? Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, looked at Daimeld and said coolly, "Aren't you thinking too much? You could ACCU. Mulate strength just because I let you ACCU. Mulate strength and not your scheme prevailing. Thanks to you, this ye just comprehended it. I have a sword move. Do you dare to receive it?" Chapter 2245. Sword, come. Chapter 2245. Sword, come. Suddenly, the aura on Yi Yuan's body changed. Between heaven and earth, a mysterious and profound airflow was slowly flowing. This air current got stronger and stronger, and increasingly intense. The long robe on Yi Yuan's body moved on its own without wind. Amen? My sword. What's wrong with my sword? My sword too! Even further away, those powerhouses who had already escaped Azura blood sea in advance detected one after another that the swords on their bodies were vibrating. Even those being kept in their storage S.P. A.C., their swords were roaring without ceasing too, practically breaking out of its S.A.E.L.L. Yi Yuan stood proudly in the sky and actually seemed to have immortal qi swirling around him. The current Yi Yuan stood proudly, his disposition being indifferent, having the air of a grandmaster of his generation. This was not him pretending to be profound, but his casual indifference after comprehending Tao. The instant the bone sword shattered, Yi Yuan felt his heart being affected. Between the furious attacks, he actually spent more effort on comprehending Tao. Alchemy Tao and sword Tao, even the laws such as spatial law, time law, and others that Yi Yuan comprehended, there were many and extremely varied. But in martial arts, Yi Yuan's most fundamental strength was still sword Tao. His spatial law was displayed to the extreme because of sword Tao. That was how he drew parallels from inference and comprehended. Sword Tao was Yi Yuan's most fundamental comprehension. Thinking about back then, Yi Yuan comprehended the sword amidst the rain of sacred cherry blossoms, and he created falling flower floating zero. That time was merely playing around, but he could comprehend sword intent easily. But ever since cultivating the martial path anew, Yi Yuan was gone with the wind on the path of sword Tao. For so many years, Yi Yuan was used to having a sword accompanying by his side and traveling the world. One sword could slay demons and devils. One sword could overawe the sun and moon. One sword could shatter the firmament. However, that instant when the bone sword shattered, he suddenly produced a trace of insight. He seemed to be overly reliant on external items. If there was a sword in the heart, why was there a need to use the sword? The sword was the desire in the chest, why was there a need for other people's power? The extreme of the sword, falling petals and leaves could hurt people, vegetation and rolling pebbles were all swords. While Empyrean spirit treasure, Heavenly Emperor spirit treasure, they were able to greatly increase the strength of the person using the sword. But the most powerful was not the treasure, but the swordsmen themselves. Sword, come. Yi Yuan reached his hand and beckoned, those swords vibrating in the sword sheaths could not endure it any more, flying out. However, what flew over were not the swords themselves, but a wisp of sword spirit. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned, extracting all the sword spirits within a radius of 10 million miles. For some time, one streak of sword light after another tore across the sky. It was akin to a meteor showing arriving with a howl. That scene was spectacular. Those meteor showers finally converged in Yi Yuan's hand, condensing into a sword of light. Yi Yuan gripped the light sword in his hand, exuding an imposing aura of disdaining all under the heaven that was revealed unnaturally. Daimeld's pupils constricted, expression changing wildly as he cried out in surprise. This boy actually directly comprehended the source of sword Tao. It was me who shattered his Empyrean spirit treasure. That's how it let him gain enlightenment on Tao? At this very moment, Daimeld felt extremely conflicted. An Empyrean spirit treasure exchanging for comprehending the source of sword Tao, this sort of thing was simply preposterous. However, this was single-handedly facilitated by him. He was just shocked in his heart. Yi Yuan's comprehension ability was a little too terrifying. He was actually comprehending Tao while fighting earlier. How could Daimeld know that this was just a normal state for Yi Yuan? He always comprehended Tao while fighting inside the death cultivation SPAC, because only that way could he walk out of the death cultivation SPAC. In the course of time, being distracted with comprehending Tao in a fight was nothing much to Yi Yuan anymore. Myriad things in the world could be used as a sword, myriad swords in the world heeding orders. This is already prying straight at the source of sword Tao. Just what is this brat's head made out of? He directly leapfrogged 8th firmament sword Tao and comprehended the source of sword Tao? That's something that can only be comprehended by Deva realm powerhouses. Freak. Simply a freak. The laws that this brat comprehended are virtually all of the world's strongest. No wonder he doesn't even take the divine race seriously. I just don't know just who is stronger or weaker between him and this divine race ancestor. These heavenly emperor powerhouses were all shocked until it could not be greater. The might of the divine race, they already felt it deeply. But Yi Yuan's monstrous comprehension ability made them even more appalled. But at this very moment, they naturally hoped that Yi Yuan could win. After all, this divine race ancestor did not have friendly intentions. If the divine race ancestor won, they would all have to die. Suddenly, Daimeld's face fell and he said in a cold voice, "So what if sword Tao source? What this ancestor represents is heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao is for my use. What does mere sword Tao source count for? Heavenly Tao Tsang Huang, exterminate for me." On Daimeld's body, horrifying Tao mark undulations aroused the descent of heavenly Tao. That horrifying pressure made heaven and earth trembled. At this time, whatever cultivation realm, whatever power of laws, was simply weak to the max. In terms of power, the divine race ancestor completely crushed Yi Yuan. After all, he was a terrifying existence on equal footing as Tao ancestors. Being augmented by heavenly Tao, Daimeld's move would surely be heaven-shocking. Only to see his fingertips circle, and was about to point a finger out in a blink of an eye. Everyone seemed to have foreseen this terrifying attack. However, right at this time, a voice that seemed to come from the edge of the sky suddenly descended. "Immobilize!" Everything abruptly stopped. Daimeld's heart shook wildly. In his eyes, Yi Yuan's light sword chopped straight down. Swish! That sword energy that slashed apart the firmament made Daimeld's entire person feel a chill from the bottom of his heart. An aura of death hit him head-on. He had roamed the world obstructed for G.O.D. knows how many hundreds of millions of years. There were virtually no existences that could pose a threat to him. Even when besieged by 8 great Deva realm experts back then, he had never felt so close to death before too. One sword landing, a long rift was torn open in SPAC. At the critical juncture, how could Daimeld still dare to hold anything back? His whole body's Tao marks surged, breaking free of the fetters of heavenly Tao true word in that instant. Quicker than words could tell, Yi Yuan knew that time freeze was unable to imprison Daimeld for too long. But he only needed that split second and it was enough. Poochie. Daimeld's HI plus feeded sideways slightly, evading this certain kill sword. But he ultimately failed to evade it completely. Daimeld's left arm was directly chopped off by this sword. The berserk sword energy flew past, directly annihilating his left arm. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, clearly very dissatisfied with this result. "Looks like I still underestimated you. However, if one sword can't do it, another sword then." Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, raising the light sword once more, and was about to chop down. Daimeld's pupils constricted, and he threw a silver thing towards the huge pit with a swoosh, roaring wildly, "Take the silvernet blood essence that you want." At the same time, he threw out the silvernet blood essence. Daimeld's figure shot toward the distance explosively. He actually fled with his tail between his legs. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, taking a stride out, speeding toward the silvernet blood essence, and grabbing it in his hand. While Daimeld already made use of this interval, and made his getaway. Yi Yuan grabbed the silvernet blood essence in his hand, urging array formations to seal it, and right away he felt that his whole body was exhausted. He smiled bitterly and said, "Lucky that guy got scared. How could I still have the strength to deal him another slash?" Chapter 2246. Deva 5 Blights. Chapter 2246. Deva 5 Blights. Got to admit, Daimeld's strength was too formidable. Up to this day, he was the most powerful existence that Yi Yuan had encountered. Even if he was at the same realm, the time freeze drained his vital energy to cast, yet it merely froze the opponent for a split second only. As for the light sword slash, Yi Yuan even practically depleted his divine essence. Yi Yuan's all-out strike was still unable to cut him down. One had to know, this was the prerequisite of Daimeld being suppressed for an epoch, and he was even seriously wounded by the limitless God killing bow. He said that he killed before the dragon ancestor. Yi Yuan did not know if it was real or fake, but without a doubt, he was extremely powerful. But this sword of Yi Yuan's already damaged Daimeld's foundation. He probably could not come out to wreak havoc within a short time. Yi Yuan swallowed a few more medicinal pills and started recovering his divine essence and vital energy. There were many powerhouses around. Yi Yuan did not care to be careless. While right at this time, 3 figures flew across the air, flying straight for the limitless God killing bow. They were Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. At this time, there were actually still Heavenly Emperor powerhouses hiding nearby. Clearly, they were here harboring the mentality of picking up what slipped away. They did not expect that it was really picked up by them. The 3 great Heavenly Emperors unfolded a crazed battle above the void, fighting until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open, divine essence flying everywhere. The 3 people vied with each other, neither willing to give in half a step. If anyone freed themselves, the other 2 would join hands and attack. All in all, it was a chaotic battle. Everyone retreated far away, fearful of being affected. Clearly, these 3 people were already in a state of madness. Yi Yuan's cultivation method revolved quietly and was currently recovering his physical strength rapidly. He detected that there were many incomparably powerful auras currently +ing over here. Not far away, Heavenly Emperor Quicksand sneered and said, "A bunch of things who overestimates their own ability. Is a Tao artifact also what you guys can encroach upon? Little friend Yi, this Tao artifact was within easy reach of you earlier. Why didn't you take it?" At this time, Heavenly Emperor Quicksand's strength also recovered a little and was able to move freely. He looked at the limitless God killing bow above the void, his gaze being full of greed and regret. Such a precious treasure, how could he not be moved? It was just that in his current state, wanting to vie for it was completely not possible. But just now, Yi Yuan was clearly the closest to that Tao artifact. With Yi Yuan's movement technique and means, taking away the limitless God killing bow would be akin to taking something out of his pocket. But Yi Yuan actually did not even look at it. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The divine bow coming into being, the commotion was too great. Probably even Deva realm powerhouses will be alarmed. I don't want to be pursued by the entire world. Moreover, I have an even more important thing to do." Heavenly Emperor Quicksand felt surprised. He discovered that Yi Yuan really paid no attention to this limitless God killing bow. Not only this young man had formidable strength and his comprehension ability was extremely high, but his mind was also exceedingly terrifying too. Even an old monster like him found it hard to control himself when he saw the limitless G.O.D. killing Bao, and yet Yi Yuan could actually remain aloof and indifferent. Pausing for a bit, Yi Yuan continued, "Oh, right? Senior Quicksand, this Yi has something to ask for advice." Heavenly Emperor Quicksand was grateful for Yi Yuan's life-saving grace and hurriedly said, "Dare not talk about giving advice. Whatever little friend Yi has, just ask away." Yi Yuan said, "According to what I know, above Heavenly Emperor is Tao Ancestor. That Daimeld talked about Deva Fourth Bly powerhouses, what was it all about?" Yi Yuan's understanding of cultivation realms mostly came from Dustless, but Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was merely a peak Empyrean, and he did not know about the secrets above Heavenly Emperor at all. There was naturally no way of mentioning Deva Realm too. Heavenly Emperor Quicksand was a late-stage Heavenly Emperor Supreme powerhouse, so he was bound to know some secret. It's also normal that little friend Yi doesn't know. Deva Realm powerhouses, those are all figures high above the clouds, this heaven-span world's true hegemons. Even though Heavenly Emperors have long lifespans, it will be exhausted one day. Ordinary Heavenly Emperors, if they die, they die. But after one's strength reaches 7th firmament Heavenly Emperor, every trillion years, they will experience a blight tribulation. There are a total of 5 blight tribulations, going by Deva 5 blights. Each blight tribulation will be a life and death trial. Countless Heavenly Emperors have died during the blight tribulations. However, once a blight tribulation is weathered through, it will be a nirvanic rebirth, and one will glimpse a portion of Heavenly Tao Source, their strength greatly improving from there. This realm is Deva Realm. Heavenly Emperor Quicksand explained. Yi Yuan felt enlightened when he heard that, only then, knowing what was Deva Realm. It turned out that there was actually still such a realm between Heavenly Emperor and Tao Ancestor. This realm was also the transcendent Heavenly Emperor that Dustless talked about in the past. It was just that with Dustless's level, he could not come into contact with such existences yet. That was why there was a misunderstanding. Even though Heavenly Emperors were unable to become Tao Ancestors, they could glimpse the source of Heavenly Tao through the Deva Blight tribulations, reaching the level of Tao from there. He also finally understood why 7th firmament Heavenly Emperor powerhouses would be called Supreme Powerhouses. It was because they had to face the baptism of the Deva Blight tribulations at any time. Then how strong are Deva 5th Blight powerhouses? Daimeld said that he once slew before a Tao ancestor-like existence. Could it be that Tao ancestors aren't invincible? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Heavenly Emperor Quicksand smiled bitterly and said, "Forget about Deva 5th Blight, even Deva 1st Blight powerhouses are outrageously strong. Once a 7th firmament Heavenly Emperor transcends a Blight tribulation, it will be sufficient to instantly kill 9th firmament Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. Of course, 7th firmament Heavenly Emperors that can transcend the tribulation are 1 in a million. Without sufficient accumulations, crossing a blight tribulation is equivalent to seeking death. As for how long Deva 5th Blight is, this Emperor really isn't too clear. Forget about Deva 5th Blight, even 2nd Blight, those who can transcend it are also exceedingly few. Those able to reach 3rd Blight, 4th Blight, are all this heavenspan world's supreme figures." Pausing for a bit, he continued, "As for Tao Ancestor, according to what I know, they are indeed stronger than Deva Realm. As for how much stronger, that's not what I can know. That level of existence isn't what this Emperor can come into contact with at all. But I feel that even if Deva 5th Blight powerhouses are inferior to Tao Ancestors, they should also be about the same, right?" Clearly, Heavenly Emperor Quicksand could not come into contact with the truly formidable existences yet. Yi Yuan's gaze flickered incessantly. Only at this point did he truly seem to understand the heavenspan world. But that Daimeld's strength was really formidable to the extreme. 8 Deva 4th Blight and above powerhouses were actually unable to kill him and could only suppress him here. This guy's strength might really not lose to Tao ancestors. It seemed like wanting to know these secrets. He could only go and ask Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Only that level of powerhouse would know such secret. So that's how it is. Many thanks, Senior Quicksand. This Yi has other important matters and will take my leave here. Done talking, Yi Yuan's figure swept past, finding Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade in the crowd that was surrounding and watching. Ha ha ha. This Tao artifact is this Emperor's. Coincidentally at this time, among the 3 great heavenly emperors, there was finally someone who shook off the other 2 and grabbed hold of the limitless G.O.D. killing bow. However, just as he was laughing wildly, the limitless G.O.D. killing bow erupted with rays of brilliant light. An arrow flashed past, that heavenly emperor directly exploded, turning into nothingness. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, he could not help shaking his head. These heavenly emperors had lived to a ripe old age, but they could not gauge how much ability they had. How could this level of treasure be what they could encroach upon? Go! Finished talking, Yi Yuan brought Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade and left. Not long after he left, several dozen powerful to the extreme auras arrived with a whistle. Each person's aura was above Heavenly Emperor Quicksand. Chapter 2247. There would be no stories without coincidences. Chapter 2247. There would be no stories without coincidences. Yi Yuan brought Wild Blade away and looked for a hidden place. He laid down compact array formations and started his close seclusion. His mind stirred. A gray bead emerged and suspended in the air. It was precisely the soul-suppressing pearl. It was just that the current soul-suppressing pearl had cracks on it, broken and damaged, virtually about to fall apart. Yi Yuan took out the Silvernet blood essence and placed the soul-suppressing pearl on it, absorbing the Silvernet blood essence's vital essence. This piece of Silvernet blood essence had its intelligence unlocked by Daymeld, had absorbed no idea how many soul bodies' power, and was already strengthened to the extreme. Allowing it to carry on cultivating, this primordial spirit would be breaking through to Heavenly Emperor realm very soon. One could say that it was a king among Silvernet blood essences. Yi Yuan controlled the Silvernet blood essence carefully, restoring the soul-suppressing pearl. In a blink, it was half a month's time. The cracks on the soul-suppressing pearl were repaired bit by bit. The originally dim and dull soul-suppressing pearl finally recovered a trace of life. Right then, a phantom slowly appeared in front of Yi Yuan. It was precisely Dustless. Seeing Dustless waking up, Yi Yuan finally let out a long sigh in relief. "Senior, you finally woke up. Yi Yuan was willful and acted recklessly and got you involved," Yi Yuan said with remorse. He would never regret it when he did things. It was just that Dustless only became like this for the sake of protecting him. He naturally could not help feeling somewhat upset in his heart. Dustless smiled and said, "Silly lad, is there still a need to be so courteous between you and me? This old man is an artifact spirit to begin with. When the ruler worries, the subjects feel insulted. When the ruler is insulted, the subjects die. Saving you is something within this old man's duties. It's just that girl's situation isn't too good." Yi Yuan nodded his head, expression crestfallen. With his present realm, he could naturally discern Mu Lingshue's situation. Mu Lingshue's final trace of spiritual consciousness was already akin to a candle's flame flickering in the wind. It was possible to extinguish at any time. "I plan on going to the priest temple to find Sacred Ancestor High Priest. His strength is exceedingly formidable. Maybe he has some way to save Lingxue. If it still can't work, then there's only going up the Heavenspan Mountain," Yi Yuan said. Going up the Heavenspan Mountain, the hope was extremely bleak. This kind of divine medicine was hidden above the firmament of 1,000,000 years. Yi Yuan was not belittling his own capability, but with his present strength, wanting to climb to the level of Tao ancestor, the likelihood was virtually zero. And this was also the final method. Fortunately, Yi Yuan's cultivation speed was fast enough. The soul-suppressing pearl was recovering continuously and Dustless's strength was becoming stronger without ceasing. That was how Mu Lingxue lasted until today. Otherwise, Mu Lingxue's soul would have long dissipated. Dustless nodded and said, "Sacred Ancestor High Priest is a major power, an existence second only to Medicine Ancestor. If he's willing to take action, there might really be hope." He had followed Yi Yuan all over the world. His knowledge of things had also become much more extensive. In the past, following Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, even if he had an outstanding talent, Sacred Ancestor High Priest was an existence that he could not come into contact with. But Yi Yuan only used roughly 2,000 years and did something that Immortal Grove could not do his whole life. Although Dustless did not know about Deva 5 Blights, he also knew that Sacred Ancestor High Priest was an existence above Heavenly Emperor, his means being immensely formidable. Clearly, he had much more extensive experience than him, this soul body. After Dustless waking up, he took the initiative to control the soul-suppressing pearl. The speed of absorbing the Silvernet blood essence sped up several times. This Silvernet blood essence's quality was extremely high. It was a great tonic to Dustless and the soul-suppressing pearl. Within 3 days, not only did the soul-suppressing pearl recover as good as new, it even improved a rank, becoming a middle-rank Heavenly Emperor Spirit treasure. This made Dustless and Yi Yuan wild with ecstasy. The stronger Dustless got, the more stable suppressing Mu Lingxue's spiritual consciousness naturally was. Done with all these, only then did Yi Yuan's heart calm down slightly. Dispelling the array formations, he brought Wild Blade out of the cave. But the moment he came out, Yi Yuan could not help staring wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Far away, SPAC shattered. There were berserk spatial turbulent flows everywhere. Straining his eyes and looking into the distance, how was there still any mountain range? How was there still any Azura blood pool? The SPAC of several tens of millions of miles was directly fought until it shattered. However, the heaven-span world's SPAC was extremely stable. It was in the midst of slowly recovering. Yi Yuan could not help linking it to those powerful energies when he left and had a clearer understanding of Deva realm powerhouses again. The heaven-shocking lightning that he threw out back then, it was at least an attack left behind by a late-stage Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. Even middle-stage Heavenly Emperors did not have such horrifying power too. As for Deva realm, they even directly fought until SPAC shattered, mountains moving and seas being leveled. No wonder it's said that the Doomsday Battle, if Deva realm powerhouses all take action, that's virtually destroying heaven and decimating the earth. The entire heaven-span world will probably be broken apart by them too. It would be weird if this world wasn't destroyed, Yi Yuan exclaimed. Dustless nodded and said, "The ancient GOD battlefield is probably the shattered ancient battlefield. There, countless heavenly emperors and empyreans fell. It's indeed terrifying. The might of Deva realm powerhouses is unimaginable." He learned of Deva realm's existence from Yi Yuan earlier. Only then did he know that there was heaven beyond heaven. Now that the divine race was about to come into being, this world would probably not know peace again. Yi Yuan's mouth moved mutely twice, and he said with lingering fear, "Luckily ran far enough, if it was too near. I'm afraid we'd have directly been obliterated by these guys." The array formation that Yi Yuan laid down was completely unable to withstand a single blow in front of Deva realm. At that time, he was in close seclusion. A stray bullet being fired over and he would have evaporated. His voice had yet to fade when a streak of flowing light landed from the horizon, landed right in the woods, SMAs. HI+ing until the entire stretch of mountain range trembled. Yi Yuan's gaze flickered slightly, thinking in his heart that it would not be so coincidental, right? Running over to take a look, a large pit was already smashed out in the ground. Inside the large pit, a figure was lying there, his aura extremely weak. His hand was even grabbing a bough. A golden bough. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, and he could not help drawing a cold breath. That golden bough, what was it if not the limitless killing bough? He was speculating just now, to be able to render the Azura blood pool until like this, it must have experienced an extremely horrifying great battle. Most likely, the supreme heavenly emperors who perished were not even in small numbers. In fact, there were even Deva realm superpowerhouses that took action. Then, it was absolutely impossible for the hostilities to calm down so quickly. That person who fell wouldn't have escaped from the battlefield, right? With one look, it was really the case. It was just that Yi Yuan did not expect that this person actually head away the limitless killing bough from the hands of numerous powerhouses. Very clearly, he was being pursued by people until here. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan was filled with fear. He rushed forward with a lunge, grabbed that person, and did a teleport. Following that, Yi Yuan's fingers pointed repeatedly, laying down an extremely complex array formation on every side. 100 schools of thoughts, 9 profound heaven-subduing grand array, conceal. Yi Yuan gave a low cry, the formation formed. In the woods, Yi Yuan and the surrounding scenery became a unified one. Concealing all auras. Looking from the outside, one could not see through the slightest abnormality at all. Yi Yuan had just finished doing all these when a gray-robed man descended from the sky, and he landed at the edge of the huge pit. He looked at the giant pit, his gaze seemingly somber to the extreme. This huge pit was clearly just formed, but the person is actually gone. There's actually someone who dares kill-steal this emperor. This heavenly emperor wants to see where you can hide. Done talking, the gray-robed man rose into the air and fired out one terrifying attack after another towards the surrounding woods. In a breath, the entire forest was reduced to shambles. Chapter 2248. Sword Energy Healing Wounds. Chapter 2248. Sword Energy Healing Wounds. Countless birds and beasts turned to ashes under the dreadful attacks. Far away there was pandemonium. The fierce beasts were clearly frightened until they wet themselves, all fleeing like they went crazy. The gray-robed man frowned slightly. Spreading out his divine sense, he swept over every inch of earth. Deva realm powerhouse, how powerful was his divine sense? Even if it was a tiny worm, it could forget about escaping his probing too. He slowly flew forward, divine sense like radar, scanning over whole stretches, not leaving out a trace. In the array formation, Yi Yuan even held his breathing, not daring to let out the slightest trace of movement. Fortunately, the limitless killing bough's aura was already mostly sealed by this person. Otherwise, even if he had the ability to connect to the heavens, he could not hide its aura too. Feeling the earth quaked and mountains swayed, Yi Yuan felt slightly surprised in his heart. The strike of a Deva realm powerhouse was too terrifying. His teleport was probably several hundreds of thousands of miles, but he could still feel the other party's attack. Very soon, an extremely strong aura came close from afar. Yi Yuan's heart pounded heavily. He did not know whether or not his array formation could hide from a Deva realm's probing. His array formation already glimpsed right at the source, his attainments exceedingly high. Even if a heavenly emperor came, he did not fear either. But Deva realm, this realm, was completely unknown to him. A peerlessly tyrannical divine sense swept across the land. Yi Yuan's heart leaped to his throat. Fortunately, when this divine sense swept past, it did not discover his existence, flying over into the distance. Yi Yuan's heart finally landed back in place. However, Yi Yuan did not dare to lower his guard and did not pull back the array formation immediately. Sure enough, Another powerful divine sense descended once more, sweeping across. Only then did Yi Yuan discover that there were 2 Deva realm powerhouses searching for this man in white. The following 3 days, these 2 people took turns to search in this vicinity, over and over again. Only all the way until 3 days later did the 2 people's probing disappear. Yi Yuan was very careful, hiding an entire day in the array formation before coming out. After coming out, Yi Yuan did not dare to stay, bringing that man and directly teleporting away. No idea how far they ran either, only when Yi Yuan felt that it was safe did he find a quiet place to land. He thought about it, arriving outside a cave with a teleport. He then fired out one restriction after another above the void. These restrictions were without form or substance but formed an enormous web within a radius of 10,000 miles. These restrictions did not have the effect of harming, but as long as someone touched the restrictions, he would immediately know. Deva realm powerhouses, their strength was too terrifying. Yi Yuan did not wish to die with no clear reason whatsoever. Only after bustling around for the greater part of the day did he return to the cave. Wild Blade's expression was ugly as he said, "Young master, wouldn't directly killing this person and taking this limitless G. O. D killing Bao do? It's very dangerous for us like this. Those 2 Deva realm powerhouses definitely won't be willing to drop the matter." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I have no grudge or enmity with him. Murdering people and etc. Hing treasure this sort of thing, I can't do it." Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade had an expression like he saw a ghost. Clearly, he was unable to understand Yi Yuan's actions. In his impression, Yi Yuan was not a benevolent and soft-hearted person. In the Azura Blood Sea, those few heavenly emperors who provoked Yi Yuan were all directly finished off by him. Why was he showing petty kindness now? Yi Yuan knew what Wild Blade was thinking and said coolly, "For real men, some things are necessary, while other things absolutely mustn't be done. When you follow me for a long time, you'll understand. Alright, you go outside and guard, I'll treat his wounds for him." Wild Blade was helpless and could only guard outside the cave. Yi Yuan looked at the man in white clothing and said coolly, "Stop pretending, these words weren't said for you to hear." It turned out that this man in white had long already woken up, but he was pretending to be unconscious. It was just that how could he hide from Yi Yuan like this? The man in white slowly opened his eyes, looking at Yi Yuan with a look of vigilance. His hands gripped the limitless G. O. D killing Bao a little tighter. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "To dare SN. ATC. H away the limitless G. O. D killing Bao from the hands of Deva realms, I have to admire your courage. But even if you SN. ATC. H it, you also don't have the life to use it." Hearing Yi Yuan say so, the expression of the man in white could not help turning dim as he said with a sigh, "I'm about to transcend the first blight tribulation right away." Why, the man's injuries were extremely severe. Saying these words made the expression on his face extremely contorted. His complexion also became a little paler. Why the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. It seemed like the terrors of Deva blight tribulations were still above his imaginations. Why this man in white was a 9th firmament heavenly emperor but did not even dare to cross the blight tribulation. Why Yi Yuan did not get long-winded. Carefully inspecting his injuries, he was secretly shocked in his heart. Why this person's injuries were extremely severe. Extremely terrifying Dao ACC. Mulations were retained within his body, wrecking his bodily functions continuously. Why furthermore, even his small world was punched through. His situation rather similar to Yi Yuan's back then. Why it seemed like he unleashed all of his methods in order to escape. Why however, this person did not have Yi Yuan's formidable fleshly body and life force. Why at most half a month, he would die without a doubt. /YY. Furthermore, through this person's injuries, Yi Yuan could also distinctly feel how strong a Deva realm's strength was. /YY. When his divine essence entered the white clothing man's body and came into contact with those remnant Tao ACCU mutations, it was like encountering a terrible monster, directly being washed away. /YY. That tyrannicalness was seemingly like facing heavenly Tao. /YY. Yi Yuan also expended a Herculean effort before figuring out the situation within his body. /YY. After he was done inspecting, Yi Yuan said coolly, "There is no hope." /YY. The white-clothed man's expression turned dim and he said with a nod, "I know. Unless the medicine ancestor is here, otherwise, I'll die without a doubt. After I die, you take away the limitless G. O. D killing Bao then." /YY. His own body. He naturally knew himself. There was simply no way of remedying the situation. /YY. Forget that Yi Yuan was just a measly little 8-star, even if he was an 8-star alchemy G. O.D. He could not treat the injuries left behind by a Deva realm too. /Y. Yi Yuan's mouth curled and he said disdainfully, "If the medicine ancestor was here, do you think that he'll save you?" /YY. The white-clothed man smiled miserably and said, "The medicine ancestor is aloof from the Ma. SSES. Why would he pay attention to the life and death of an ant like me?" /YY. Yi Yuan said coolly, "At least you have a bit of understanding of yourself. Relax, with me around, you won't die. However, I'm temporarily unable to help you restore your cultivation. You're currently just a cripple." /YY. The white-clothed man's gaze turned intent, immediately smiling bitterly and said, "This heavenly emperor is merely someone who's about to die. You don't have to console me anymore." /YY. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to waste his breath with him. Forming his fingers as a sword, a tiny pale yellow long needle appeared at Yi Yuan's fingertips. /YY. This long needle was actually condensed with sword energy. /YY. Yi Yuan moved like lightning PRIC. King the sword needle onto the major acupoints all over the body of the man in white. /YY. The white-clothed man gave a fled groan, only feeling one stream of sword energy after another being sent into his body, wandering within his body. /YY. At this moment, he hurt until he could not speak, but he was shocked to the extreme in his heart. /YY. Sword Tao source. /YY. This guy was just Empyrean realm, but he actually comprehended sword Tao source. /YY. What was even scarier was that this guy actually treated sword energy as a golden needle to stab the acupoints. /YY. What kind of terrifying control power did this require? /YY. Just who in the world was this boy? /YY. Yi Yuan's fingers pointed, guiding the sword energy to wander within the white-clothed man's body. /YY. It was only to see him guide with his sword finger. A powerful force flew out of the wound. /Y. Chapter 2249. Heavenly Eye. Chapter 2249. Heavenly Eye. Above the sky of the huge pit, 3 figures slowly appeared. The person in the middle had a sagely appearance, wearing a dark blue Taoist robe. While the other 2 people, one of them was precisely that gray-robed man who appeared that night above the huge pit. There was another person, but he was a ghost path, heavenly emperor. The old Taoist stroked his beard as he said coolly, "Shui Yuan, Lone Soul, 2 fellow Taoists, you can find this old man to cast spells, but the benefits promised, don't forget it." The muscles on the face of the gray-robed man, heavenly emperor Shui Yuan, twitched, and he said in a solemn voice, "Fellow Taoist Heavenly Eye, rest assured. You've already received half of the deposit. Are you still afraid that we'll renege on the debt?" Heavenly Emperor Lone Soul also said, "Old fart Heavenly Eye, forget that you demanded an exorbitant price. But you must help us find that guy." Heavenly Eye chuckled and said, "A Tao artifact coming into being, such a precious treasure is too valuable. This old man naturally can't state a cheap price. As for finding the person, you all rest assured. If I, Heavenly Eye, say that I'm second, there's absolutely no one who dare to claim that they are number one. Shui Yuan frowned and said, "Hurry up and start then." Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye nodded slightly, hand seals moving swiftly, and he gave a cold cry, "Heavenly Eye, open!" It was only to see that a third eye actually grew out between his eyebrows. The moment this eye appeared, it seemed to see through everything, giving Shui Yuan and Lone Soul two people a hair-raising feeling. This old fart's prowess is getting increasingly profound, Shui Yuan said in shock. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's gaze swept over the huge pit and could not help shaking his head as he said with a sigh, "This place has already had all traces obliterated by you. Even if there's anything, I can't see it either." Shui Yuan's expression turned stiff and he said awkwardly, "At that time, when that guy landed, he smashed a large hole in the ground. I arrived right on his heels, but I couldn't see him. I guessed that he might have been saved by someone and planned on forcing them out." Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye nodded slightly and said, "Go to other places and search for a bit then. As long as he leaves behind any clues or inkling, it definitely can't escape my Heavenly Eye." Done talking, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye brought the two people and searched in the vicinity. This search was 10 days and 10 nights. An area with a radius of 1,000,000 miles was searched several times by the three people, but they did not discover the slightest trace. Finally, Heavenly Emperor Lone Soul could not endure any more and sarcastically, "Fellow Taoist Heavenly Eye, didn't you say that it can't escape your arcane eyes? Could it be that that guy brought the Tao artifact and evaporated into thin air?" Heavenly Eye's expression was very ugly. The boasting previously had gone overboard. These 10 days, he expended tremendous effort to search but did not find a trace of clues to. Having accepted people's benefits, he founded Embark. Sing 2. Mn. Suddenly, his gaze turned sharp and his footsteps stopped. Seeing that Heavenly Eye seemed to have discovered something, Shui Yuan and Lone Soul's minds quivered. Heavenly Eye's gaze landed at a corner of the woods. That place had layer upon layer of mountains, the trees dense, the terrain very complicated. "We've searched this area many times before and didn't discover anything," Shui Yuan said. Heavenly Eye did not speak. His gaze became more and more serious. His third eye erupted with rays of brilliant light. An aura of source spread out. Hiss! Heavenly Eye drew a breath of cold air and said solemnly, "What a crafty fellow! What an ingenious array formation!" Shui Yuan two people were uncertain what it meant and said, "What discovery is there, Taoist Heavenly Eye? Follow me." Heavenly Eye brought the two people and landed in the forest. The place that they were standing was precisely Yi Yuan's land of concealment previously. Heavenly Eye walked around the surroundings and exclaimed with admiration, "No wonder we searched several dozen times and didn't discover anything, it's simply superb craftsmanship. H+P excelling nature, a marvelous work of art." Lone Soul's face fell and he said, "Stop leaving us hanging. Quickly tell us." Heavenly Eye said, "Someone made use of the environment here and set up a seamless array formation, fusing into one tie with the surrounding environment. The person used the layering of SPAC to conceal their aura. Even if divine sense sweeps past, you all can only sense a forest. The person who laid down the formation is absolutely a formation path expert. With such strength, I'm afraid that he might already be Deva realm." Shui Yuan two people's faces changed wildly. It turned out that he was right under their eyelids. This is impossible. If it's a Deva realm formation path powerhouse, why would he hide? Shui Yuan said. "This." Heavenly Eye could not help choking when he heard that and said, "This array formation is extremely ingenious. Ordinary rank 8 formation G. O, DS will find it hard to attain it too. If not for my heavenly eye discovering a trace of spatial undulation aura, I wouldn't be able to discover it at all. What can he be if not a deva? Shui Yuan two people could not make up their minds to. After all, being able to hide from their divine sense probing, it was definitely not what ordinary people could do. Moreover, they practically dug 3 feet into the ground in this radius of 1,000,000 miles. Heavenly Eye, don't you have time recall? Hurry up and take a look. Lone Soul suddenly said. Heavenly Eye nodded slightly, both hands pointing at his eyes as he said, Time recall. Heavenly Eye, open. His third eye suddenly opened, emitting rays of light. An aura that came from the great Tao source suddenly descended. Then, one scene after another seemed to be rewinding, playing back. Suddenly, a young figure flew in reverse and returned. He brought along a ghost Empyrean and a man in white clothing by his side. It's him. Seeing the man in white, Shui Yuan and Lone Soul cried out in surprise at the same time. The scenery faded, the 3 people exchanged a glance, all seeing the thick shock from the other party's eyes. Empyrean! The one who rescued this guy was actually just an Empyrean. This array formation was actually just set up by an Empyrean. Heavenly, I said in shock. Earlier, he actually thought that it was a Deva realm formation master. This disparity was too inconceivable. Suddenly, Shui Yuan's gaze turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, A mere Empyrean also dares to pull a tooth from a tiger's mouth? He's really tired of living. Fellow Taoist Heavenly Eye. Heavenly Eye nodded slightly, since they found the source, then finding the person naturally would not be difficult either. Only to see his heavenly eye open, one trail after another quietly unfolded in front of him. The 3 people chased after Yi Yuan's track. These few years, the shock in Riverward's heart great increasingly stronger. This measly little Empyrean in front of him actually really forced out the Tao Accu. Mutations within his body little by little. His injuries were gradually improving. Yi Yuan used sword energy golden needles to seal the acupoints in his body shut and isolated the Tao Accu. Mutations within his body little by little. Then, dividing and attacking, he forced it out of the body bit by bit. Talking about it was simple, but that was Tao Accu mutations, injuries left behind by Deva realm powerhouses. A measly little Empyrean actually forced out the Tao Accu. Mutations of Deva realm powerhouses. This kind of thing, even heavenly emperors could not do it. The shock in Riverward's heart could be imagined. Huff. I finally forced it all out. Deva realm powerhouses are indeed extraordinary. Yi Yuan wiped the sweat on his head and said in surprise. The healing this time was the most troublesome one for him up to this date. Those Tao Accu. Mutations rampaged recklessly within Riverward's body and were incomparably ferocious. Only his source sword energy could accomplish it to this degree. Even so, he was also trembling with fear and trepidation, akin to treading on thin ice. Many streams of aura ran amok in the meridians. Furthermore, Yi Yuan could only guide them. A slight carelessness and Riverward would directly croak. Fortunately, everything was still rather smooth, finally saving this fellow. After he was done, Yi Yuan threw him a medicinal pill and said coolly, Eat that. It will help with recovering your meridians. Chapter 2250. Can't Escape. Chapter 2250. Can't Escape. Hiss. A rank 7 spirit divine pill. Riverward could not help drawing a cold breath of air when he received the medicinal pill. A rank 7 spirit divine pill, it was still his first time seeing. This medicinal pill was too precious. Little friend Yi, see could you be the medicine ancestor's disciple? Riverward asked carefully. The more he thought, the more he felt that it was possible. Yi Yuan actually did not care about the limitless G.O.D. killing Bao at all and was proficient in medicine, and then he took out that spirit divine pill. Young of age, and he already reached the Empyrean realm. Apart from the medicine ancestor's disciple, who else had such ability? However, he did not think that Yi Yuan had the ability to refine and spirit divine pills. It must have been given by the family's elders. But Yi Yuan was taken aback and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "Medicine ancestor's disciple? Hoo-hoo, he's probably thinking of how to get rid of me currently, right?" It was Riverword's turn to be stunned this time. These words sounded like it was somewhat angry. Not that Riverword was ignorant and ill-informed, but that his level was too high, so he had not heard of Yi Yuan's name before. Moreover, these few years, he had been searching for lucky chances outside to transcend the tribulation all along. He never heard about the southern borders affairs at all. Otherwise, anybody else would have long guessed Yi Yuan's ident. One Tai. Not the medicine ancestor's disciple? Then you, Riverword said hesitantly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You can think of me as his future enemy." Ask not. 2 words revealed the medicine ancestor's personality. Yi Yuan knew that one day in the future, he would surely clash with the medicine ancestor. The corners of Riverword's mouth twitched slightly, feeling that Yi Yuan was somewhat boasting. The medicine ancestor could be said to be a God-like existence in the heaven-span world. His alchemy Tao was invincible, which genius did not set him as the goal. But in the end, they were all not his match. Of course, Yi Yuan was no exception either. Riverword laughed dryly twice and said, "Hoo-hoo, many thanks for little friend Ye's life-saving grace." Yi Yuan naturally saw through Riverword's disbelief, but he also could not be bothered to explain. Right at this time, his expression changed wildly, bringing Riverword and Wild Blade, and teleporting away from the cave. Slightly earlier, Heavenly Eye 3 people followed Yi Yuan's tracks and finally found the place where Yi Yuan was hiding. "Hold on," Heavenly Eye suddenly said. Shui Yuan 2 people immediately stopped. Heavenly Eye chuckled and said, "It's all restrictions everywhere in the void here. As long as you touch it, that boy will know." Shui Yuan said without a care, "No then no. A mere Empyrean, can he still run away?" Heavenly Eye secretly cursed the fool and said, "This brat could bring that person away in such a short time and even lay down such an ingenious array formation. Don't you find it strange?" Shui Yuan 2 people's hearts thumped, only then knowing that they were reckless. For ordinary Empyreans, it was completely impossible to do so many things within such a short time. Unless he had special means. How did he do it? Shui Yuan said. Heavenly Eye cursed fool again and said, "If my conjectures are right, he must be adept in spatial law. From the distance of his teleportation, his spatial law has at least already reached peak rank 6. Shui Yuan 2 people exchanged glances and could not help feeling secretly shocked. This kind of spatial law attainment, one teleport would be several hundreds of thousands of miles. With their Deva realm speed, wanting to catch up would be rather troublesome too. Fortunately, we invited fellow Taoist Heavenly Eye to take action this time. Otherwise, the 2 of us will really find ourselves at a loss." Shui Yuan quietly sent a compliment over. Heavenly Eye smiled coldly and said, "Now, do you all still feel that it's worth this price or not?" The 2 people each nodded their heads in acknowledgement, being wholeheartedly convinced. "Fellow Taoist Heavenly Eye, this time, it's all thanks to you for taking action." Heavenly Eye looked at the restrictions in front of him and said with a cold smile, "This kid probably never would have thought that this Emperor is a formation path expert too. How can this bit of restrictions stump me?" Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's cultivation was all on the 3 eyes. Especially the 3rd eye, it could see through the fabricated, prying right at the source. And this advantage of his, cultivating formation Tao would also yield twice the results with half the effort. By relying on formation Tao and ocular arts, he even cleared the first blight tribulation, achieving Deva realm. Yi Yuan was currently still unaware that Shui Yuan actually invited this major power, and was completely oblivious that danger was currently closing in. Heavenly, I inspected the restrictions carefully and discovered that it was just some simple prompting restrictions, and could not help having a disdainful look. It was only to see him move like lightning, pointing one finger out after another. A restriction that Yi Yuan set up fell apart quietly. Shui Yuan, two people were by the side, exclaiming in wonder again. Heavenly, I was currently being pleased with himself when suddenly, his expression changed wildly. In the void, countless restrictions lit up at the same time, akin to a huge continuous row of lights, presenting a splendid sight. D.A.M.N.it. This is an interlinked restriction. As long as one is broken, the other restrictions will trigger at the same time. This brat is so scheming. Heavenly, I thumped his chest and stomped his feet. Of course, he still had some things that he did not say. Yi Yuan's interlinked restrictions were set up extremely covertly. He did not discover it at all. In this aspect, Yi Yuan already beat him. Losing to an Empyrean realm brat, Heavenly, I naturally felt a loss of face. Shui Yuan, two people had strange expressions. If they had long known it would be like this, might as well charge straight in. Right at this time, there was a subtle undulation in S, P, A, C, making the three people's faces suddenly change. Spatial node technique. What a cunning brat, Chase. Shui Yuan did not say another word, directly shuttling into the void. The other two people did not hesitate in the slightest too, chasing right after. On the other side, Yi Yuan cast the spatial node technique and instantly escaped 1,000,000 miles away. Taking the preemptive strike, the chances of escaping for his life would greatly increase. Ever since deciding to rescue Riverward, he knew that who he would face would be Deva realm powerhouses, and was naturally also a little more cautious. Even though he did not feel that Shui Yuan could find him, he was still extra careful. The interlinked array formations outside were perfected by him finding some time these few days. In addition, he even flew 1,000,000 miles away and left behind quite a few spatial nodes, in case of unexpected need. He did not want to be encircled and suppressed by Deva realm powerhouses. He did not expect that it was really put to use. This unforeseen turn of events made Riverward stunned. Following that was shock. This Empyrean realm brat in front of him, his mind was really hair-raisingly meticulous, actually leaving behind so many contingencies. If not for Yi Yuan being incredibly careful, they would already be 3 dead people now. Yi Yuan saved him again. So fast. 3 powerful to the extreme auras arrived from behind with a whistle. 3 powerful to the extreme divine senses already completely locked onto him. There was nowhere to run even if he wanted to anymore. Yi Yuan felt the might of Deva realm powerhouses once again. It was still his first time meeting someone who could contend with him in terms of speed. Riverward smiled bitterly and said, Deva realm powerhouses already came into contact with heavenly Tao source. Their comprehension in spatial law is many times stronger than heavenly emperors. Their spatial law might not be as strong as yours, but just in terms of speed, it's still a notch faster than you. We can't run away anymore. Those that came into contact with the source of heavenly Tao were all extremely powerful existences. Just like Yi Yuan's sword Tao source, the might was exceedingly formidable, and could even kill Daimeld, that kind of existence. Deva realm's strength was powerful until it made people despair like that. Chapter 2251. A Slim Chance of Survival. Chapter 2251. A Slim Chance of Survival. Yi Yuan did not follow up. His brain was in the midst of rapidly revolving. It seemed like he still underestimated these 2 Deva realm powerhouses' resolve toward the limitless God killing bow. The allure of Tao artifacts was too great. Men die in pursuit of wealth, birds die in pursuit of food. In order to obtain the limitless God killing bow, Riverward almost threw away even his life. And these 2 Deva realms clearly would not give up so easily either. Shui Yuan and Lone Soul definitely found a tracking expert. Furthermore, this tracking expert is very proficient in array formations. To be able to get invited by them, it must be a Deva realm powerhouse too. Yiyuan A lies. Shui Yuan and Lone Soul, two great Deva realm powerhouses, their reputation was extremely resounding. It was impossible for Riverward to not know them. Yiyuan also learned of these two people's names from his mouth. Riverward's face changed and he said with a look of despair, "Then it's definitely Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye. His Heavenly Eye is able to see through all that's unreal. He is even able to cast time recall. Little friend Yi, leave me behind and escape for your life by yourself." Yiyuan could not help laughing and said, "It's too late. Even if you hand the limitless G.O.D. killing bow to them, will they let me go? I originally thought that I did it flawlessly. I didn't expect that there's still a divine ability like Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eyes. Looks like it was me who underestimated Deva realm powerhouses." Riverward heaved a sigh, knowing that what Yiyuan said was true. Yiyuan already got involved in the muddy waters. It was very hard to get out. Even if he handed over the limitless God killing bow, these few Deva realm powerhouses absolutely would not let Yiyuan go. As for him, he was currently merely a cripple. "Little friend Yi, it's me who dragged you down," Riverward said with a sigh. Even if he was an old monster who had lived for no idea how many years, he felt grateful toward Yiyuan too. If it were others, they would have long killed and SNATC hid the treasure. Not only did Yiyuan not take away the limitless God killing bow, he even treated his wounds. He went from the initial vigilance to the current shedding tears of gratitude. Unfortunately, Senior Riverward, do you know what place has extremely powerful restrictions that even Deva realm powerhouses are extremely fearful of? Yiyuan suddenly asked. Restrictions. Riverward was stunned. That's right. This is our only way out, Yiyuan said in a solemn voice. Fleeing along the way, Yiyuan ran through all of his trump cards. Only in the path of array formations did he had a lease of life. These three people were all Deva realm powerhouses, their strength significantly stronger than even 90 origins. Even if he took them into the Chaos world, it would also be impossible for Yiyuan to have any chances of victory. As for whatever time freeze, with his current strength, it would cause negligible interference to Deva realm powerhouses. The only path that remained was the Tao of array formations. Riverward was an old monster who had lived for 1 trillion years. His understanding of the heavenspan world must be a lot more than his, that was why there was this ask. Riverward had a strange expression as he said, restrictions that made even Deva realm powerhouses dread. It will be an even more dangerous place to us. Yiyuan said in a solemn voice, Do you want to die or live? Riverward said, Of course I want to live. Yiyuan said, Want to live, then stop talking nonsense. Is there such a place or not? Riverward said, If talking about powerful restrictions, a place that made even Deva realms dread, then there's only 8 Void Mountain. Yiyuan clearly had not heard of this name before, saying, 8 Void Mountain? Riverward said, 8 Void Mountain Range is the junction between the Middle Realms and West Realms, the boundary of 2 worlds, stretching continuously for 1 trillion miles. And on its main peak, 8 Void Mountain, there are powerful restrictions everywhere. Legends have it that the 8 Void Mountains restrictions were set up by an ancient major power overnight and had once annihilated countless powerhouses before. The restrictions there stretch for 80 million miles, being incomparably massive. But there are indeed many major lucky chances there. Quite a number of people will brave the risk to go there and seek out lucky chances. There is even no lack of Deva realm powerhouses, and many Deva realm powerhouses died there. When Yiyuan heard, he was extremely shocked in his heart too. Overnight, vast restrictions that spanned 80 million miles were formed. It was simply unimaginable. How powerful a formation Tao master to be able to set it up! Yi Yuan's present formation Tao strength was absolutely great Grandmaster CLA. SS. But even making him set up 8,000 miles of restrictions overnight, he would find it extremely difficult to do. This was the difference in level. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent and he said, "Okay, go there. You lead the way." SHI plus NRA Ghost region was in the southwestern lands. They just had to keep on flying in the northeastern direction and they would be able to reach 8 Void Mountain. Both sides, one party chased and the other fled. Their speed was swift to the extreme. However, both parties' distance was gradually shrinking. In merely half a day's time, it shrunk from the initial 1 million miles to only 500,000 miles currently. At this rate, in merely half a day's time, the 3 Deva realm powerhouses would be able to catch up. Brat, run away. This Deva wants to see how far you can run. Behind came Shui Yuan's smug laughter. With the strength of Deva realm, sending out their voices with divine essence, it was not anything hard to transmit it for several 100,000 miles. Heavenly I was still alright, but Shui Yuan and Lone Soul 2 people had a stomach full of pent-up anger. The two of them fought for the limitless G.O.D. killing bow until the sky and earth dimmed. But who knew that a snipe and a clam were locked in a fight? It was only to the advantage of the fisherman. In the end it was actually SNATC, head away by a riverward who did not want his life. However, just as they were about to catch Riverward, Yi Yuan rescued Riverward. The two people did not have any solution, and so they spent a huge price to request Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye to take action. With the unexpected turn of events, they finally found the perpetrator now. The two people's anger could be imagined. The two of them wished to tear Yi Yuan apart right now. Yi Yuan was not affected at all, still increasing his speed to the limit. But Riverward frowned hard and said, "No way. We can't last until 8 Void Mountain like this." Yi Yuan said, "Is there any place ahead with a regular S.P.A.C.?" Riverward's eyes lit up and he said, "There is. Go north. With your speed, you'll reach it in at most half a day." Yi Yuan did not say another word, immediately making a turn and headed north. Riverward was secretly shocked. He discovered that Yi Yuan's mind was too stoic. Under such enormous pressure, he could still maintain such calm. It was simply not like what a young man should have. He had lived for 1,000,000,000 years and also felt that he was not as cool as Yi Yuan. Currently, both parties were on a flat road. There was not the slightest bit of ripple in SPAC. This way, even if Yi Yuan urged his speed to the limit, he would still be unable to shake off the 3 people. But going to an irregular SPAC, Yi Yuan's spatial law would be able to unleash its greatest effect. In irregular SPAC, even though Yi Yuan's speed would be affected too, the impact on those 3 people would be greater. This way, the advantage of Yi Yuan's spatial law would be magnified, shaking off the 3 people from there. Originally, this idea should have been thought of by him, this old man. But he had long already lost his cool. In an environment where one could not see any hope at all, people who were able to keep their cool were truly very few. But Yi Yuan was not affected in the least bit. Starting from discovering these 3 people, Yi Yuan's mind did not have the least bit of fluctuation, calm until he was like an ice-cold machine. Just how on earth did this boy accomplish it? Chapter 2252. Advancing gradually and entrenching himself at every step. Chapter 2252. Advancing gradually and entrenching himself at every step. Above the void, several figures flashed away. In a short half a day's time, both parties' distance already shrunk until there were just a few tens of thousands of miles between them. This distance was already barely enough to let Deva realm powerhouses attack. It was just that Yi Yuan's movement technique was too fast. It was very hard for them to lock onto Yi Yuan. After attacking, they were bound to be delayed for a while, which would let Yi Yuan slip away. Moreover, Shui Yuan and Lone Soul, two people, were both secretly at loggerheads, neither willing to eat a loss. For caution's sake, Shui Yuan three people did not unleash attacks. Brat, you can't escape. Stop now and hand over the limitless G.O.D. killing bow. This Emperor can spare you from death. Lone Soul said in a clear voice. Boy, you have exceptional talent. As long as you hand over the limitless G.O.D. killing bow, not only will this Deva not kill you, I'll even take you in as a disciple. Shui Yuan was not willing to show weakness and similarly shouted. These two people saw that Yi Yuan was young and goaded him with words from time to time. But Yi Yuan completely ignored them. By the side, Heavenly Eye smiled coldly and did not speak, secretly cursing the two for being fools. He had long detected that Yi Yuan was a young man with extremely strong mental capacity and was absolutely not an ordinary person. From him hiding from the two people's eyes and ears, then leaving, then setting up restrictions, as well as the spatial node technique, these were all not what the average young man could think of. This young man did not only have outstanding strength, but his mind was also even meticulous to the extreme. It was simply a joke for these two people to want to use words to disturb Yi Yuan. However, he did not expose it either. Either way, Yi Yuan was already a turtle in the jar. Sure enough, before long Yi Yuan's voice came from in front. Are the two of your heads kicked by donkeys? Such idiotic games. Better don't play it in front of this young master. If you have the capability, chase after. The moment the two people heard, their faces turned green. This kid was too arrogant. Brat, after this Deva catches you, I'll definitely let you taste the feeling of a fate worse than death. Shui Yuan said furiously. Both parties' distance got closer and closer. Over 70,000 miles. 60,000 miles. 20,000 miles. 10,000 miles. At this distance, the two already had sufficient assurance in being able to seriously injure Yi Yuan. Brat, you'll die very horribly, Lone Soul said with a cold smile. Finished talking, the two people virtually made their moves at the same time. A terrifying undulation rippled out above the void. But right at this time, the two people's faces changed. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan disappeared. Heavenly Eye's expression changed wildly and he said, Fine lad, truly cunning. This area is an irregular SPAC. In this place, his spatial law is able to unleash its greatest effect. No wonder he suddenly made a detour north. It turns out that this is waiting for us here. Only then did Shui Yuan react to it. His expression was grim to the extreme, and he said in a solemn voice, Damn, brat, too despicable. Lone Soul said in a cold voice, After capturing this brat, this Deva will definitely boil him well. A duck that entered the mouth had flown away, the two of their fury could be imagined. With this hold-up, the distance that finally managed to shrink was pulled apart from Yi Yuan once more. At this point, they did not have other ways to, and could only toughen their scalps and chase. But upon entering irregular SPAC, their speed suddenly fell, and they no longer traveled 10,000 miles in an instant like before anymore. To them, it was like driving on a flat road, then suddenly turning into a mountain slope with irregular MPS. Irregular SPAC was like a maze. It was very easy for people who did not know spatial law to get lost inside. Even if they were Deva realm powerhouses, their perception of spatial law was still very blurry. Their current advancement speed was not even as good as an Empyrean's advancement speed normally. The more they could not catch up to Yi Yuan, the more anxious they got. The more anxious, the slower the speed. In the end, both parties' distance pulled further and further apart. Damn it! Where on earth did this punk pop out from? How can he be so crafty? Shui Yuan said in an explosive rage. Lone Soul smiled coldly and said, Isn't it still because you're too dumb? Shui Yuan was greatly enraged when he heard that and said, I'm dumb? Heh heh, said it like you're very smart. Even if you know he's running this way, what methods do you have? Alright, stop arguing. Keep arguing and that punk will be escaping to G. O. D knows where. This area of irregular S. P. A. C can't stop us for long. We've already left behind divine sense imprints on his body. Even if he runs to the ends of the world, he can't escape either. What I'm curious about right now is what on earth does this brat want to do? Heavenly, I said with a frown. Shui Yuan said, what can he still do? Take it one step at a time. With his bit of strength, even if he runs to the end of the heavenspan world, he can't escape the palm of our hands too. Lone Soul sneered and said, shut your mouth and listen to Brother Heavenly Eye. Lone Soul had clearly realized it too. Among the three of them, Heavenly Eye had the sharpest mind. Heavenly Eye shook his head and said, I don't know what he's trying to do too, but with my judgment this boy absolutely won't be running around wildly like a headless fly. Chase first. See where he runs to. The two people stopped talking, displaying their movement techniques to the limits, and continued to pursue. A day later, Heavenly Eye suddenly felt the divine sense imprint left in Yi Yuan's body suddenly accelerate. That brat already exited the irregular S. P. A. C. He's heading toward the northwestern direction. Northwest direction, what place can let him shake off our pursuit? Heavenly Eye frowned and racked his brain. Hearing Heavenly Eye's words, the two people were absorbed in thought. There are quite a number of dangerous places in the northwest direction. Windless Valley, Sea of Lightning, Blackwater Marsh, are all in this direction. I reckon that he might be thinking of hiding in these dangerous places, make us not dare to chase him further in. Shui Yuan said. Heavenly Eye nodded and said, there's indeed this possibility. But along the way there are quite a number of dangerous places. Which one is his target? Lone Soul said, these dangerous places are all the same to him, all death after entering. I reckon that he'll hide inside when he's nearby after he's driven into a corner. Heavenly Eye shook his head and said, wrong. He definitely has a target. It's just that we haven't thought of it yet. This brat is really an interesting opponent. Along the way, Heavenly Eye had witnessed many of Yi Yuan's means, and this actually caused his fighting spirit to set ablaze. People all said that he opened his Heavenly Eye. Actually, what people did not know was that with the Heavenly Eye being opened, the mind's eye opened. Using incredible meticulousness to describe him was all too apparent. These countless years, those able to compete with him in intellect, he had not encountered before yet. It was also precisely by relying on remarkable intellect that no matter which mystic realm he went to, he could scheme against his rivals perfectly. But along this way, he was plotted against by Yi Yuan dead in his tracks, and did not gain any advantage at all. He had never thought that catching an Empyrean little fellow would actually take so much effort. This made him have a feeling of humiliation. Not catching Yi Yuan would likely affect his Tao heart, making him have flaws during his next blight tribulation. A full 4 days said. Only then did Shui Yuan 3 people come out of the intricate irregular S. P. A. C. This made Shui Yuan 3 people have a feeling of going nut. This area of irregular S. P. A. C. was huge. They got lost inside many times before finally finding the exit. The current Yi Yuan had long already run until he was out of sight. Suddenly, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye had a flash of inspiration and said in shock, I got it. This brat is going to 8 Void Mountain. Chapter 2253. Men die in pursuit of wealth, birds die in pursuit of food. Chapter 2253. Men die in pursuit of wealth, birds die in pursuit of food. Standing at the foot of 8 Void Mountain, Yi Yuan felt an upsurge of emotion. The scenery before his eyes made the feelings of admiration in his heart arise spontaneously. Being able to lay down such peerlessly magnificent and unparalleled ingenious array formations indeed made him have the greatest esteem toward its creator. The entire 8-void mountain was an ocean of array formations, stretching in an unbroken line. This place was like an impa.s. sable natural chasm, lying in between the middle realm and west realm, separating numerous rivers and mountains. It was very hard to imagine that such a colossal starry sea-like array formation was actually set up overnight by one person. Just what kind of terrifying realm did this person's formation Tao strength reach? Yi Yuan was unable to imagine it. Over 60 years of comprehending Tao, Yi Yuan thought that he had already reached a terrifying realm in formation Tao. But in front of the 8-void mountains restrictions, it was not worth mentioning at all. 8-void mountains grand array. What was truly terrifying was that the area spanning 80 million miles 8-void mountain was a grand array that blended into one harmonious whole. Breaking the restriction by force was equivalent to facing the entire grand array, and would be instantly obliterated. Hence, challenging the formation must have a formation path master to lead before one could go up the mountain. Rashly entering the mountain was equivalent to a road that led to death. A grand array that spanned 80 million miles, even thinking about it felt terrifying. Yi Yuan even felt that this was not what human strength could accomplish at all. And looking over, this grand array was formed by one small-scale array formation after another. These small-scale array formations were interlinked, forming an organic ent. 1. Tai being incomparably harmonious. This kind of means was G.O. D knows how many times more brilliant than Yi Yuan using the alerting restrictions. One had to know, setting up a small-scale interlinked formation was easy, because the variables that needed to be calculated were relatively few. But once the array formation scaled up, the scale of the calculations would skyrocket by no idea how many magnitudes of difficulty. An 80 million miles colossal array formation, the computational complexity was simply unimaginable. This kind of boundary was already not what Yi Yuan could imagine. At this very moment, Yi Yuan finally experienced the feeling of there was always someone better, and heaven beyond heaven. Yi Yuan had a feeling that the 8-void mountains restrictions were most likely the pinnacle work of the heaven-span mountain for countless tens of thousands of years. Yi Yuan, do you have confidence? Seeing this kind of terrifying restriction undulations, Riverward could not help swallowing his saliva. This place, it was difficult to gauge how many people had died every year in the past. Even if one brought a formation path grandmaster here, a moment of carelessness and it would also be the outcome of turning to ashes. Are there other paths that can be taken? Yi Yuan answered with a question. Riverward choked, shaking his head slowly. Brat, see where you escaped to. Right then, 3 terrifying auras arrived with a whistle. Shui Yuan 3 people finally rushed over. Go! Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, directly turning around. He ascended the mountain. Shui Yuan 3 people's arrival immediately aroused the attention of numerous powerhouses. Apart from the ever-present restrictions, 8-void mountain was rather like ordinary mountain ranges, being tall and having lush green trees standing in great numbers. Of course, there were also many lucky chances. Legends said that this grand array had once eradicated countless supreme powerhouses before, leaving behind countless lucky chances. Hence, there were many powerhouses searching up and down the mountain. 2 Empyreans bringing along a cripple actually provoked 3 Deva realm powerhouses? Are they crazy? They seem to be hiding from the Deva realm powerhouses. That's why they fled here. Wonder if those 3 Deva realms will give any rewards if we kill those few guys. Everyone was discussing the situation. Right at this time, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly, I said in a clear voice, whoever can keep this boy behind, this Deva will reward a peak Heavenly Emperor's spirit treasure. Dead or alive. The moment these words came out, the mountain immediately boiled with excitement. Ha ha! boy, want to blame that you shouldn't have provoked such a powerful existence then. At this time, the formation path master, who was the closest to Yi Yuan, gave a strange laugh and pounced over toward Yi Yuan. He was a peak Empyrean powerhouse and also a 7-star formation God. The array formations at the foot of the mountain, he had already thoroughly familiarized himself with it and would not set off the array formations. Yi Yuan just gave a cold laugh and snapped his fingers. A stream of divine essence fired at 50 feet in front of that person. In an instant, an azure flame lit up. That person did not have time to cry out tragically and was already burned to ashes. Everyone's faces could not help changing when they saw this scene. However, the allure of a peak Heavenly Emperor spirit treasure made them forget fear, pouncing over toward Yi Yuan this side one after another. Yi Yuan's face was cold, his fingers snapping repeatedly, igniting one restriction after another, annihilating 7 to 8 people with a snap of his finger. Furthermore, his feet did not stop, walking straight up the mountain. When Shui Yuan and Lone Soul saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. "Brother Heavenly Eye, it's completely useless like this," Shui Yuan said anxiously. Heavenly Eye smiled and said, "This boy's array formations are extraordinary. The solidness of his foundational skills isn't beneath mine. Originally, I also didn't count on these fools to be able to keep him behind. I just need them to obstruct for a moment and it will be able to let us catch up to him. The two of you, follow me. Make sure not to take any missteps. Otherwise, even immortals can't save you guys too." The moment the two people heard, they could not help being overjoyed. But in the next instant, Heavenly Eye continued, "Taking action this time already far exceeded my expectations. The price that we agreed upon before isn't enough." The two people secretly cursed the sly old fox, threatening them at this time. But at this time currently, it really would not do without him. They could only swear a Heavenly Tao oath and agree to it. Done with these, Heavenly Eye took a stride and walked up the mountain. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye was well deserving of being a Super 8-star formation God. His speed of ascending the mountain was not the least bit slower than Yi Yuan. But currently, Yi Yuan had long already annihilated more than a dozen 7-star formation GODs and scaled to a height of more than 1,000 feet. After Yi Yuan killed more than a dozen people in a row, there was finally no one who dared to come up anymore. But right then, the powerhouses on top actually poured down. Seeing this scene, Riverward's complexion immediately turned ashen and he said, "Damn it! The allure of a peak Heavenly Emperor spirit treasure is seriously too great. Even 8-star formation GODs are tempted too. With this, we're dead for sure." It was true that Yi Yuan was formidable, but he was restricted by cultivation realm and was not as good as 8-star formation GODs after all. Furthermore, these 8-star formation GODs had researched here for many years and were extremely familiar with the restrictions here. Yi Yuan was in trouble now. However, a hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth and he said, "Sure enough, men die in pursuit of wealth, birds die in pursuit of food. Since you all want to set off on your journey so much, then I'll send you all off." Done talking, he repeatedly snapped his fingers again, killing the Heavenly Emperor powerhouses that rushed up first. Seeing this scene, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's pupils could not help constricting and he cried out in surprise. Could it be that this boy doesn't need to make deductions at all? It should be his first time going up the mountain. Why is he so familiar with the restrictions here? This Deva used several thousand years' time when comprehending the restrictions below 10 miles back then. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's shock was not shot at random. On this 8-void mountain, each restriction was extremely complicated. Formation Tao Grandmaster took each step very carefully, akin to treading on thin ice. Especially people who came for the first time and were not familiar with the restrictions here, they were even less daring to anyhow move. A moment of carelessness and there would be the outcome of Paris. Hi plus ing and Tao dissipating. Furthermore, the further up, the more complicated and profound the restrictions. The restrictions on top of Yi Yuan's head, those were all rank 8 array formations. Its power was immensely strong, being sufficient to kill heavenly emperors. Yi Yuan had not walked to that place yet, but he could accurately set the restrictions off to explode. How could this not shock Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye? Chapter 2254. Growing Stronger with Battle. Chapter 2254. Growing Stronger with Battle. With Yi Yuan exterminating heavenly emperors with snaps of his finger, those heavenly emperors were naturally not willing to show weakness too. They looked down from a height and had long already gotten the restrictions behind them down to the tips of their fingers. Each and every one of them attempted to trigger the restrictions too. But Yi Yuan was seemingly like in his own backyard inside the restrictions. It was only to see him display his skill in a dazzling manner, hitting onto the nodes of the surrounding restrictions and annihilating all of the attacks. Following that, he repeatedly snapped his fingers and exterminated another heavenly emperor again. This was the magical battle between restrictions. What it competed in was not cultivation but the understanding of restrictions. Clearly, Yi Yuan's understanding of the restrictions here far exceeded these heavenly emperors. Deal with those two people behind him. Amidst the chaos, no idea who yelled out. Everyone immediately woke up. Attacks smashed over toward riverward and Wild Blade that side. Yi Yuan's gaze turned dark, the speed of his hands accelerating faster. He actually defended against the dozen over Heavenly Emperor's attacks flawlessly. When Heavenly Eye saw this scene, his pupils could not help shrinking and he cried out in surprise, "How is this possible? Could it be that this boy came to 8 Void Mountain before in the past? He already understands the restrictions here to a transcendent degree." Shui Yuan two people had astonished looks on their faces too. Yi Yuan, a measly little Empyrean, actually defended perfectly under the attacks of more than a dozen 8-star formation gods. Brother Heavenly Eye. Looks like only you personally taking action can deal with him. Heavenly Emperor Shui Yuan said. Heavenly Eye's face fell and he said, "As long as let this old man enters the range within 100 feet of him, he'll die beyond a doubt." Done talking, the three people went up the step. With Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye, this super powerhouse, leading the way, their speed was extremely fast. The distance from Yi Yuan was getting smaller and smaller, and Yi Yuan's speed slowed down significantly because of the obstruction of numerous Heavenly Emperors. Of course, it was primarily still because he had to protect Riverward and Wild Blade two people. Riverward's expression was extremely ugly. He was a 9th Firmament Heavenly Emperor super powerhouse. At present, he actually became a burden to others. Seeing Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye and the rest getting closer and closer at the back, he became increasingly anxious in his heart. Little friend Yi, many thanks for your protection along the way. Looks like this limitless G.O. D killing bow isn't fated with me. You bring it and continue advancing. Don't care about me anymore. Riverward gritted his teeth and said. For Riverward to be able to reach his present realm, he had lived for 1 trillion years and had experienced no idea how many schemes and deception, conspiring and outwitting. But such a righteous and loyal person like Yi Yuan, it was still his first time meeting such person in his life. In this current state, he definitely would not be able to transcend the Deva Blight tribulation. There was already not much difference between dying sooner or later. Rather than becoming Yi Yuan's burden, he would rather just die. Shut up. Just the likes of these few trash can't stop me yet. A big grown man is behaving like a girl. Don't you find it humiliating by threatening to commit suicide? Relax. When I can't hold on, I'll throw you out. Yi Yuan's hands moved like lightning as he said with a cold yell. Right at this time, Yi Yuan fired out another few streams of light, blowing up another Heavenly Emperor, making Riverward feel shocked. This guy was genuinely strong. Dealing with these 8-star formation GODs was actually like chopping vegetables. If not for the numbers being too many, Yi Yuan would have long rushed forward. Riverward turned his head to look, and could not help drawing a mouthful of cold air. The speed of Heavenly Eye 3 people coming up was very fast. They were already merely around 500 feet away from them. Whoever can kill this punk, this Emperor will award a Heavenly Emperor's Spirit Treasure plus 3 carefree Heavenly Laugh pills. Right then, Heavenly Eye suddenly roared again. The entire 8 Void Mountain could hear it clearly. Carefree Heavenly Laugh pill was a rank 8 spirit medicine. It was hard to get even with a mountain of gold. With this, even more Heavenly Emperors were moved. The surrounding Heavenly Emperor powerhouses swarmed over, practically blocking off the path up. Riverward's expression changed wildly and he said, "This dog thing, really shameless. Little friend Yi, are you really fine? Amen? Little friend Yi?" He discovered that Yi Yuan completely ignored him. The surrounding attacks became more and more, countless light motes fired over, dense like raindrops, making Riverward's scalp go numb. When Heavenly Eye saw this scene, his eyes revealed a delighted smile. Shui Yuan even gave a big thumbs up and said smugly, "Fellow Taoist, Heavenly Eye is really brilliant. This move will really claim this punk's life." Lone Soul was serious in speech and manner, but his face also revealed a smile at this time and said, "Inviting fellow Taoist Heavenly Eye this time is really of great help." Heavenly Eye said smugly, "This brat has a sharp mind. Furthermore, his array formation attainments are indeed extremely strong. Going to 8 Void Mountain is indeed his best choice. It's a pity that he ran into this old man. Playing tricks in front of this old man, this 8 Void Mountain will be his burial ground." Puff. His voice had yet to fade when another Heavenly Emperor was killed. This time it was 2. Another moment Puss said, Yi Yuan's fingers snapped repeatedly, directly annihilating 3 Heavenly Emperors. The movements of Yi Yuan's hands got faster and faster, and increasingly precise. Before long, a dozen over Heavenly Emperor powerhouses were actually slaughtered cleanly by him. At this time, there were many more Heavenly Emperors that swarmed over. But Yi Yuan's speed of killing people got faster and faster. Killing until the back, there was already no one that dared to come up anymore. Beside Yi Yuan, Riverward's ALLs were almost popping out. What happened? Just now, he was clearly still being overwhelmed. How did he erupt all of a sudden? Heavenly Eye 3 people were still feeling pleased with themselves earlier. Now they were directly rendered mute. What's going on here? Shui Yuan looked at this scene, shocked until he stared dumbfounded with his mouth agape. Heavenly Eye's gaze turned intent and he looked over toward Yi Yuan, and could not help sucking in a mouthful of cold air. This boy is comprehending the formations. Walking along the way, his formation Tao strength grew stronger again. Just now, he was surrounded. It was just because he wanted to borrow these people's hands to comprehend the array formations. Now he comprehended it. Heavenly Eye opened his eyes wide and said in shock. By the side, Shui Yuan 2 people listened until they were dumbstruck with amazement. This boy's comprehension ability is also too freakish, right? Lone Soul could not resist complaining. Heavenly Eye shook his head and said, "This boy already trod out his own path in Formation Tao. His understanding of Formation Tao already pries right at the source. This 8 Void Mountains array formations is a huge treasure vault to Formation Tao powerhouses. It only depends on whether you have the ability to excavate it or not. This boy definitely didn't come to 8 Void Mountain before in the past, so the inspiration that the restrictions here gave to him was huge, letting his strength make a qualitative leap within a short time. Truly a terrifying lad." Heavenly Eyes Lysis was already very close to the truth. Actually, Yi Yuan had been comprehending the formations along the way. People should not look at how his speed of scaling the mountain was very fast. Actually, it was just that the restrictions at the foot of the mountain were too simple. Yi Yuan was able to deconstruct them very quickly and turn them into his. All the way until Heavenly I used a Heavenly Emperor's Spirit Treasure as bait to lure 8-star formation GODS to deal with Yi Yuan. This allowed Yi Yuan to achieve mastery through a comprehensive study of the things along the way, and let his formation Dao strength make another qualitative leap. Actually, if Yi Yuan wanted to ascend the mountain, he could have long rushed up. But Yi Yuan was not in a rush. He was not fleeing for his life. He wanted to match magical powers with Heavenly I. It was just that Heavenly I did not know these thoughts. Chapter 2255. Pinnacle Showdown. Chapter 2255. Pinnacle Showdown. Yi Yuan rampaging in all directions finally made those Heavenly Emperors abruptly startle awake. They finally realized that the peak Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasure was not so easy to get. This young man's strength and formation Dao was already stronger than even the vast majority of 8-star formation GODS. The only thing he lacked was Cultivation Realm. But, on 8 Void Mountain, this place where powerful restrictions were spread out all over the hills and dales, Cultivation Realm was directly overlooked. The restrictions here were too strong. Whoever could make good use of the restrictions here, whoever would be the king here. Those able to cultivate to Heavenly Emperor Realm, none were fools. They got carried away by the peak Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasure previously, and also thought that Yi Yuan's realm was low and easy to bully. That was why they would throw caution to the wind and rush up. Now, they all knew that Yi Yuan was not some soft persimmon but a tough rock, while they themselves were eggs that would break with ABU-MP. Everyone spread out, making way for a path. But Yi Yuan's speed of climbing the mountain did not become faster. Instead, it became slower. Heavenly I-3 people were looking like they were about to catch up. Everyone had strange looks. Only then did they know that they had become cannon fodders without rhyme or reason. I suddenly realized that this guy didn't care at all whether or not there were people fencing him in. What the F***ck? Those who died are so wronged. This kid is comprehending formations himself. In the end, we ran up to let him practice. Messing around for so long, we're all air. At this very moment, the Heavenly Emperors on the mountain had an impulse to vomit blood. Only at this time did they understand that it was Yi Yuan himself who slowed him, and not them hindering Yi Yuan's footsteps. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I-3 people went up the step. In a twinkle, there was only a distance of over 100 feet. Shui Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Fine lad, you don't think anything of us at all." His voice had yet to fade when a stream of divine essence said through multiple restrictions and landed beside them. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I snapped his fingers and annihilated it. "Fine lad, this is provoking this Emperor. Very well, this Deva wants to see how much capability you have, and whether or not you're qualified to challenge this Deva." Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I gave a cold cry and returned a blow with a backhand. Yi Yuan's fingertips pointed, resolving it easily. The two people's showdown in magical abilities officially began. Both parties were still climbing the mountain continuously, transforming restrictions around them non-stop. While between them, it was separated by a distance of over 100 feet. At the same time, they were also separated by quite a few layers of restrictions. With a moment of carelessness, not only would one fail to harm their opponent, but they would also instead turn themselves to ashes. One stream of divine essence after another fired out continuously. Both parties' hand movements became faster and faster, making people see things in a blur. Watching the situation from the side, those Formation Dao Grandmasters were all dumbstruck with amazement. The Formation Dao strength that the two exhibited currently simply took people's breath away in wonder. Every move and stance was incredibly ingenious. This kind of ingenuity was completely different from martial art moves. That was the understanding of Formation Dao, understanding of 8 Void Mountains restrictions. While at this time, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I finally displayed the fearsome strength of a Deva Realm Formation Path Master. An existence such as him already pried into the source of Formation Tao, his strength being formidable until it made people despair. Yi Yuan virtually did not have much strength to fight back under his coercion. In the beginning, Yi Yuan could still contend with Heavenly I as an equal, but along with the Pa's Sage of Time, Yi Yuan's defensive ring got smaller and smaller. Previously, the restrictions that Yi Yuan left behind made Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I suck. UMB. It was because Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I harbored underestimation, coupled with the ingenuity of Yi Yuan's skills. Actually, there was suspicion of resorting to trickery. The might of Deva Realm was simply unimaginable. Currently, both parties class HI plusing head-on with the gloves off. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I unleashed his powerful strength to the fullest expression of its beauty and form, astounding everyone. This was the oppression of Cultivation Realm. Reckless and blind punk. He probably doesn't know that the place fellow Taoist Heavenly I attained the Tao is 8 Void Mountain. Back then, he gained enlightenment on Formation Tao at 8 Void Mountain, becoming a Formation Path Grandmaster in one stroke. Later, he even relied on Heavenly I and Formation Tao to transcend the Deva Blight tribulation. How can he be placed in the same category as an Empyrean realm brat? Shui Yuan said with a disdainful look. Walking along this way, they repeatedly suffered losses. All the way until Heavenly I overwhelmed Yi Yuan at this time that they finally had a feeling of exaltation upon fulfillment. Logically speaking, they were all old monsters who had made a name for themselves for a long time and should not be so enraged. But along the way, they were led by the nose by an Empyrean Realm Junior, and seriously could not refrain from exploding anymore. Lone Soul also smiled coldly and said, "Fellow Taoist Heavenly I knows the restrictions below 3,000 miles like the back of his hand. Does this brat think that by comprehending Tao this short while, he can rival a Deva realm? Too naive." When those 8-star formation gods saw this scene, each and every one of them marveled endlessly, feelings of wars. HI plus P arising spontaneously. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I is too strong. He's really walking about amidst the restrictions pretty much like in his own backyard. It's a pity. That kid's talent is exceedingly high. It's just that facing a genuine powerhouse, he's still too young and inexperienced. TSK, if I can reach Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I's heights one day, I can die without regrets. The might that Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I exhibited was the kind of power that made people suffocate. It was strength ACCU. Mulat over countless years. Although they marveled at Yi Yuan's Formation Tao strength and talent, all this was futile in front of absolute strength. Even Riverward's face was ashen too, a look of terror on his face. In front of such formidable strength, he could not see any hope. Yi Yuan's defensive range was already being suppressed to the extreme. The three of them were akin to a candling flickering in the wind, possible to extinguish at any time. At this very moment, Riverward even felt that Yi Yuan was somewhat pompous. Correct, it was pompous, this word. They thought that Yi Yuan was too confident in himself, thinking that he could match wits with a Deva Realm powerhouse by relying on array formations, even taking the initiative to provoke Heavenly I. But now, he had his face slapped by Heavenly I's powerful strength. Just now, if he was not self-conceited and went upwards to flee for his life, there might be no chances of survival. But now, they were already latched onto by Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I. Even if they wanted to go, they could not leave either. Riverward acknowledged that Yi Yuan's talent was terrifying. But it was precisely this terrifying talent that let him lose sight of who he really was, and that he was somewhat ignorant. He forgot that he was just over 2,000 years old and was only at the Empyrean realm. How could the might of a Deva be provoked? Actually, What everyone did not know was the shock in Heavenly Eye's heart. The shock in his heart was already unable to use words to describe. Both parties' showdown in magical abilities was quick until it made people see things in a blur. In an instant, they could even fire out 10,000 streams of divine essence to set off restrictions. They changed positions non-stop, arriving among new restrictions continuously. This kind of switching required incomparably powerful deduction and computational ability. One could say that the two of their brains were currently like two teraflops supercomputers operating at full power. They would have to experience countless mathematical calculations every second. But the problem was, he, Heavenly Eye, was long already thoroughly familiar with these restrictions. While it was Yi Yuan's first time coming into contact with these restrictions. In the instant of switching restrictions, Yi Yuan already completely cracked the next restriction. That was how he could accomplish a seamless switch. Otherwise, as long as there was a bit of slip-up, he would catch the oversight and directly annihilate the other party. But up until now, he did not find any careless oversights. This brat's computational ability was too terrifying. But fortunately, along with the restrictions getting more and more complex, Yi Yuan's ability was clearly falling somewhat short of his wishes. Chapter 2256. Paying back in his own coin. Chapter 2256. Paying back in his own coin. Such a showdown made people watch until they became bedazzled. The 8-star formation GODs by the side had long already watched until they were intoxicated. Each and every one of them opened their eyes wide, fearful of missing the slightest detail. Array formations were dead, people were living. The battle of magics between two peak formation Dao experts was just like an educational compet. Tie into them. How could concentrating on studying here for them be as directly beneficial as watching two top experts demonstrating personally? The two people changed positions, the height of them scaling got higher and higher. Yi Yuan did his best to hold on under Heavenly Eye's powerful attack. Riverward, two people followed behind. Even their breathing was practically about to stop. This kid can really endure it. He's not dead until now. Truly a shame. The restrictions in front, I haven't comprehended yet. I already have no way of keeping up with them. They already fought to the height of 2,600 over miles. The restrictions up there are also getting more and more dangerous. I reckon that punk can't hold on much longer. The two people's showdown in magical abilities already said 8 days and 8 nights in a blink. During this period, Yi Yuan guarded against Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's frenzied attacks, making everyone's jaws drop. In other people's view, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye had clearly already squeezed Yi Yuan to the limit. Yi Yuan had the possibility of tumbling at any time. But Yi Yuan held in there just like this for 8 days and 8 nights. During these 8 days and 8 nights, both parties scaled a height of more than 2,000 miles. 8 void mountains array formations, above 2,800 miles were Deva Realm Grand Arrays. Except, in the midst of such a confusing battle, an body discovered that Yi Yuan's eyes became brighter and brighter. In these 8 days and 8 nights, Yi Yuan's comprehension of formation Dao could virtually catch up to the total sum of all his previous comprehensions already. Over 60 years of comprehending Dao made Yi Yuan's formation Dao be remolded anew. And these 8 days and nights of comprehension let Yi Yuan's formation Dao scaled new heights. Especially that Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye had an original view of the comprehension of 8 void mountains restrictions. Yi Yuan and him battling in magical abilities were equivalent to corroborating his comprehensions with the other party. The two of their relations, Hi plus P, was like an extremely wise master guiding the disciple step by step. Yi Yuan's method of comprehending formation Dao followed the same pattern as alchemy Dao. These complex to the extreme array formation restrictions were merely just one foundational array formation after another in Yi Yuan's eyes. No matter how complicated the array formation, it was merely arranging these foundational array formations in an extremely ingenious method, making the power increase greatly from there. Therefore, Yi Yuan's speed of comprehending array formations far surpassed, said the average person. Back then at Fiend Flame Mountain, Yi Yuan was able to deconstruct the rank 8 grand array with an extremely fast speed because of this. However, his own comprehension was one aspect. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's comprehension was another aspect. Those able to reach Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's boundary all strode out their own Tao. In the eyes of 10,000 people, there were 10,000 stories. The same array formation restrictions, the things that different people comprehended were naturally different. Paying back in his own coin was able to let Yi Yuan's comprehensions towards these array formations be even deeper, and could even pry into the source of the person who set up the formations. The reason why he provoked Heavenly Eye, the objective also lay precisely here. There was indeed disparity between him and Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye. But the gap between them was far smaller than others imagined. While Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye was strong until it made people despaired, wanting to kill Yi Yuan was absolutely not such an easy matter too. At least, one would have to reach the height above 2,800 miles too. But, when they fought until above 2,800 miles, Yi Yuan's formation Tao strength was another boundary. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye did not know what it meant, unleash. Hi plus ing attacks frenziedly. While Yi Yuan fell back little by little, letting Heavenly Eye think that he reached his limit and could finish him off very quickly. Actually, his current formation Tao strength could no longer be mentioned in the same breath as when he was at the foot of the mountain long ago. It was just that body knew. Everyone thought that Yi Yuan was about to die, but they did not know that he was a CCU. Mulating strength to deal Heavenly Eye 3 people a lightning blow. Yi Yuan did not come to 8 Void Mountain at random. Along the way, he had already planned everything out. The array formations here were formidable to the extreme. As long as his formation Tao strength was strong enough, he could completely rely on the array formations here to exterminate Deva realm powerhouses. And what he wanted to do was to make someone suffer from their own scheme. Along the way, Yi Yuan already determined from the clues and inklings that this Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye was absolutely not to be trifled with. Therefore, he did it very carefully. Along the way up the mountain, Yi Yuan advanced gradually and entrenched himself at every step, feigning an appearance of gradually not being able to hold out. He had once laid down array formations. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye should have some understanding of his strength. If he did it too fiercely, it would give himself away instead. Therefore, he used the technique of concealing his strength and let Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye think that he was almost reaching his limits little by little. He was continuously comprehending array formations, but towards the back, he shrunk his defensive circle and let Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye think that his comprehension was getting harder and harder. But his true strength was advancing by leaps and bounds. Shui Yuan and Lone Soul were still unaware. Seeing Yi Yuan's defensive circle already being compressed to the limit, they could not help being greatly excited. "Ha ha, brat, aren't you very capable? This Emperor wants to see when you can last until." Shui Yuan said with a big laugh. Lone Soul also said, "Fellow Taoist Heavenly Eye, double up. Make this brat turn to ashes." Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye nodded his head slightly and said in a clear voice, "Boy, the array formations here are already almost reaching the limits of 8-star formation GODS. Your strength should be about this much, right? Any further up and you'll die beyond a doubt." Roughly 2,000 miles, there was the boundary between 8-star formation GODS and those who Serpa said 8-star formation GODS. Serpa Sing 2,000 miles was the domain of Deva realm. Under this, even if Deva realm powerhouses accidentally set off restrictions, they could also rely on powerful strength to hang in there and not die. but any further up and the power of the restrictions would soar exponentially. Once a Deva realm powerhouse set it off, they would die without a doubt. Yi Yuan was still unconvinced as he said, "Humph, 3 old fogies. If you have the capabilities, breach my defensive circle before talking." Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye laughed loudly and said, "This Deva comprehended Tao on 8 Void Mountain. It's akin to walking on flat ground below 3,000 miles. How can it be something that you, this brat, can compare to? Just you watch. This Deva will breach your defensive circle and let you die without a burial ground." While talking, Yi Yuan already broke through the distance of 2,000 miles. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye laughed loudly, suddenly firing out countless streams of divine essence, the power even skyrocketing several times. Yi Yuan's defensive circle was compressed to the extreme all of a sudden. In the restrictions that he was at, there was virtually no place to stop for a rest already. At this moment, Yi Yuan and the others were placed in jeopardy. However, Yi Yuan similarly fired out countless streams of divine essence like mirages, barely managing to clear this dangerous hurdle. Except, everyone could tell that Yi Yuan probably could not block the next round of attacks anymore. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye 3 people gave a loud laugh, directly charging past 2,800 miles this threshold. "Brat, prepare to die." "Fool, the S.P. A.C. above 2,000 miles is the place where this Emperor can truly put my abilities to good use." Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye gave a cold laugh. The divine essence that fired out this time even skyrocketed several times. Deva realm array formations were incomparably complicated. The array elements were naturally in abundance too. The points that could set off restrictions naturally became increasingly more. At this point, he was a hero with no place to display his prowess. However, right at this moment, Yi Yuan's fingers moved like phantoms, firing out countless streams of divine essence. The numbers were above Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye. The unexpected eruption made the entire 8 Void Mountain fall into shock. Chapter 2257. You all were wrong. Chapter 2257. You all were wrong. What's going on here? This brat clearly almost could not make it just now. So why did he suddenly erupt? It turns out that this brat has been hiding his strength all along. My God. Turns out that his formation Tao strength already rivals those in the Deva realm? This boy is really a freak. With one move, people on the entire mountain were amazed. The divine essence that Yi Yuan fired out in an instant, it blotted out the skies and covered the earth. When Shui Yuan and Lone Soul saw this terrifying scene, they were immediately frightened until their complexions turned pale. The restrictions above 2,000 miles were sufficient to take their lives. Yi Yuan taking action at this time was clearly aiming to drive to death. "Fellow Taoist Heavenly Eye, save us!" Shui Yuan cried out in alarm. The light that filled the sky caught Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye by surprise, making his expression change wildly. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's heart shook wildly. He had some understanding of Yi Yuan's formation Tao strength and felt that it was impossible to reach such a degree, unless Yi Yuan comprehended even more restrictions on 8 Void Mountain. This shock was by no means insignificant. How could someone be monstrous to such a degree? He actually still had leftover strength to comprehend Tao under his frenzied bombardment? Furthermore, what Yi Yuan comprehended was not a little bit, but leaps and bounds. A qualitative leap. If Yi Yuan previously had half a foot stepped into the gate of Tao, then now, he truly entered the domain of Tao. However, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye was ultimately a Deva realm major power. Although he was startled, he did not panic. It was only to see Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye repeatedly snap his fingers, firing out countless streams of divine essence in an instant, neutralizing the restrictions that Yi Yuan fired out. "Fine lad. You're truly cunning to the extreme. Even this emperor almost sucked. You, bed too." However, want to turn the situation around with this? Dream on. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye gave a cold laugh and said disdainfully. He knew the restrictions above these 2,000 miles like the back of his hands. So how could he lose to a junior? The killing traps above these 2,000 miles were like child's play to him. Crack! Right at this moment, a shocking bolt of lightning suddenly fell. The pale white lightning tore across the sky. It was as if rending the sky into two. Horrifying power, the explosive clap of thunder, shocked until everyone suddenly jumped. There were a few 8-star formation GODs, who almost stepped on the wrong nodes and almost set off restrictions. This scene came too suddenly, abrupt until everyone did not react to it. Rumble! This shocking bolt of lightning landed on Heavenly Eye 3 people's bodies with an inconceivably swift speed. Ugh! The 3 people gave fled groan, akin to being struck by 5 thunderbolts, instantly blasting them into a daze. Receiving such a fierce blow, the 3 great Deva realms' auras immediately withered significantly. Especially Heavenly Emperor Lone Soul, his body was practically dissipating under this strike. Although he stabilized his figure in the end by relying on his powerful strength, his body became incomparably illusory all at once. Heavenly Emperor Lone Soul was a soul body and was most afraid of lightning. Ordinary lightning was nothing, but how could the power of this Deva realm array formation be ordinary? As for the other 2 people, they were a little better than him but also suffered heavy damage. It was just that this scene, in everyone's eyes, was even more shocking than that bolt of lightning just now. The restriction was triggered. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye, this formation path Grandmaster, actually lost to an Empyrean Realm Junior in a battle of formation. This turnaround was 2 Astonies. HI plus ing, resulting in everyone forgetting their thoughts for a moment. A second ago, Yi Yuan was already in the throes of his deathbed struggle. The next second, he actually dealt a superb major turnaround, setting off a Deva realm restriction. The entire 8 Void Mountain fell into death-like silence. Riverward stared dumbfoundedly with amazement. He opened his mouth wide and looked at Yi Yuan, an expression like he had seen a ghost. It was as if it was his first time knowing him. Heavenly Eye lost? He still did not quite dare to believe it. Is my eyesight failing? Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye is a legendary figure of 8 Void Mountain. He was actually defeated? Just what kind of person is this boy? His formation Tao attainments are also too terrifying, right? A puny little Empyrean boy actually seriously wounded a Deva realm powerhouse. This incident will likely become the 8 Void Mountains' new legend. The surrounding 8-star formation GODs all used astonished gazes to look at Yi Yuan, sucking in cold breaths. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Eye and said with a cold smile, akin to walking on flat ground below 3,000 miles? Hoo-hoo, I think not, right? Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye comprehended Tao at 3,000 miles and knew the restrictions below 3,000 miles like the back of his hand. Just earlier, he was still saying that it was akin to walking on flat ground below 3,000 miles. But in a blink, he had his face slapped by this bolt of lightning. Suffering this blow, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's powers were immediately more than half gone. However, Deva realm powerhouses were indeed formidable to the extreme. The restriction that Yi Yuan exhausted all his ability to detonate was actually unable to kill them. Heavenly Eye was very weak, but he had puzzlement all over his face as he said, "This? How is this possible? I clearly already cracked all of them." Yi Yuan said coolly, "You think that you know the array formations here. But actually, you don't understand them at all. 8 Void Mountains restrictions are far more impressive than what you can imagine." Heavenly Eye's pupils constricted, even more confused. "You all definitely think that 8 Void Mountains restrictions are one connected to another. As long as you comprehend all of these restrictions, even if you crack the restrictions, you can scale 8 Void Mountain unceasingly. Yi Yuan said in a clear voice. Many 8-star formation GODs secretly nodded their heads but had curious looks. Could it be that it was not like this? You are all wrong. This 8 Void Mountains Grand Array is a living Grand Array. On the same flat surface, there are countless kinds of restrictions, and they aren't fixed and unchangeable. When you crack a restriction, actually, you're still inside another restriction. Different combination methods will form restrictions with varying powers. Therefore, when you're standing on a node, it might be the intersection point of many restrictions. These intersection points are just the formation eyes of many array formations. It's just able to let you pass through safely, that's all. But, comprehending the formations like this, it's impossible for you guys to ever walk to the summit. Yi Yuan's words were akin to thunderbolts falling on their heads, exploding in everyone's ears. Powerhouses that could walk to 2,700 and 2,800 miles, which one was not a distinguished talent in formation Dao. Whether or not Yi Yuan's words made sense, they were clear at once. If this 8 Void Mountains array formations were formed by countless nodes, linking up a few of the nodes would be a restriction. What they comprehended were the restrictions after these few nodes were linked up. But, actually, these points were merely just a shared node used by several restrictions. The things that they comprehended were too surface level. Wrong. We were all wrong. Ah. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. My many years of comprehending formation Dao was really utterly wasted. I understand. I thought that my formation Dao is already close to Dao, but only now do I know that I know nothing at all. This emperor will descend the mountain right away and comprehend Dao from the beginning. Quite a few 8-star formation GODs actually went straight down the mountain. Yi Yuan's words were akin to being filled with wisdom, letting them understand the crux involved all at once. Only then did they understand that, turns out, the things that they comprehended all along were nothing at all. At the same time, there were some people with vacant looks. Something that was upheld for so many years being denied. This sort of blow could be imagined. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I had a lifeless look. His countless years of pride, it was shattered to smithereens at this instant. Chapter 2258, Pursuing 3,000 Miles. Chapter 2258, Pursuing 3,000 Miles. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly I comprehending Dao on 8 Void Mountain was once a legend of this place. Comprehending Dao at 3,000 miles, this was not what anybody could accomplish. But, after 3,000 miles, he was unable to go an inch further. He thought that this was him encountering a bottleneck. It turned out that he was wrong from the very start. Brat, consider yourself ruthless. This score today, this Deva has remembered it. After I recover my strength, I'll definitely tear your corpse to pieces. Shui Yuan yelled coldly, turned to Heavenly Eye again, and said, Fellow Taoist Heavenly Eye, what are you still in a daze for? Still not going, waiting for death? Actually, Shui Yuan was extremely displeased in his heart. He expended a huge price to invite Heavenly Eye. He did not expect that this guy was a pewter spearhead that shone silver, impressive looking but useless. Pursuing for miles, in the end, he actually lost to an Empyrean realm brat in a battle of magical abilities. Of course, he did not dare to go too overboard right now. Want to walk out of 8 Void Mountain. He still had to rely on Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye. He naturally knew that Yi Yuan was extremely monstrous, but he just could not swallow this grievance in his heart. How awe-inspiring were Deva realm powerhouses! But they lost at the hands of an Empyrean realm brat, and it was even in front of so many powerhouses. This made him utterly lose face. The moment Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye heard, he was filled with fear. This place was not a place to stay for long. Go! Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye did not hesitate in the slightest, turning around and leaving. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, Looks like you haven't figured out the situation yet. You wouldn't think that I'd watch you guys go down the mountain just like this, right? The three people felt their scalps tingle, walking down the mountain frenziedly. But under the heavy restrictions, how could they speed up? Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, firing out countless streams of divine essence in an instant, detonating the restrictions around the three great Deva realms. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's scalp tingled, not daring to dawdle in the slightest, neutralizing Yi Yuan's attacks frenziedly. But Yi Yuan's comprehension of 8 Void Mountains restrictions had long already flung him several streets behind. So how could he block? Rumble, rumble, rumble. For some time, lightning, ice, raging fires, sword lights, so on and so forth, all sorts of restrictions suddenly exploded. Terrifying energy undulations reverberated in the mountains, making the powerhouses around the mountains palpitating with anxiety and fear. 3 great Deva realm powerhouses completely did not have the strength to fight back under Yi Yuan's pursuit. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye was virtually about to vomit blood. His defense was like paper paste in front of Yi Yuan. But he could not stop defending. If he gave up resisting, Yi Yuan would detonate even more restrictions. At that time, with all kinds of restrictions being all summoned over, the power would be several times, even several dozen times than now. Although the restrictions below 2,800 miles were not comparable to Deva realm, the power was extremely strong too. Plus, the 3 people were already seriously injured. The power of the restrictions was magnified infinitely. However, they were Deva realm powerhouses in the end. Unleash plus-ing all of their power, they actually barely managed to withstand the impact of the restrictions. Of course, their injuries were also continuously worsening. 8 Void Mountains powerhouses watched until they stared dumbfoundedly and their mouths agape. An Empyrean realm hunted 3 great Deva realm powerhouses until there was no road to heaven and no gate into the earth. This scene was absolutely an unprecedentedly rare sight. This kind of powerhouse, which wasn't an existence that shocked the world. But under Yi Yuan's invincible might, they were thrown into a panic. Rumble! Suddenly, another bolt of lightning landed. Heavenly Emperor Lone Soul let out a tragic cry. His figure no longer able to maintain, completely dissipating between heaven and earth. A Deva realm peerless powerhouse of his generation was dead. He fell in 8 Void Mountain just like that. I actually witnessed the demise of a Deva realm powerhouse today. How many years has it been that we've heard of a Deva realm powerhouse dying? This young man is too terrifying. After today, the entire heavenspan world will probably tremble because of it. Witnessing the fall of a Deva realm powerhouse made all the powerhouses sigh incessantly. Such a powerhouse was originally the strongest existence in the world, virtually having undying bodies. What could make them perish was also just the most terrifying Deva blight tribulation in this world. At least, they had to die at the hands of a Deva second blight powerhouse and above too. But Heavenly Emperor Lone Soul died in the hands of an Empyrean realm junior. Heavenly Emperor Lone Soul was originally a ghost path powerhouse, his cultivation being immensely formidable. But no matter how strong he was, he also had the weakness of ghost path powerhouses. It was being utterly restrained by extreme yang and indomitable things. Actually, cultivating to Heavenly Emperor Lone Soul's kind of realm, the lightning laws that could threaten him were already exceedingly few. Yet, this place was 8 Void Mountain, the apex of Formation Tao. The might of the restrictions here were seldomly seen in the world. He was struck by the restriction lightning consecutively. So how was there the logic of not dying? Rather, it was the other 2 people who were much tougher than him. But at this point, they were already extremely weak as well. No way. Carrying on like this, I'll die here too. Shui Yuan, this fool. Just what kind of a terrifying fellow did he provoke? I got scammed badly by him this time. Bringing him along now is just a burden. I can't continue like this anymore. Heavenly, I was burning with anxiety. Bringing along 2 people previously, He was certainly not Yi Yuan's match. But now, he already could not quite hold out under Yi Yuan's savage bombardment. Thinking up to here, he no longer hesitated and cried out coldly, "Heavenly Eye, open!" By the side, Heavenly Emperor Shui Yuan was caught off guard and only felt his divine soul suddenly suffer a heavy blow from a sledgehammer, making him feel drowsy. "Heavenly Eye, you!" He only had time to say 3 words and was struck flying by Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye with one palm. Suddenly, countless restrictions exploded on his body. Heavenly Emperor Shui Yuan was originally already seriously wounded. Currently, his divine soul suffered heavy damage as well. So how could he still withstand the bombardment of these restrictions? Without Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's lead, it was like he stepped on countless landmines. There was nowhere to hide at all. In a single breath, he was blown by countless restrictions into a pile of minced meat. Another Deva realm powerhouse fell. It was just that Shui Yuan did not die at Yi Yuan's hands. Instead, he died at Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's hand. The world of martial artists was so cruel. Faced with imminent disaster, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye directly pushed his own people into the fire pit. Hiss! What vicious means! When everyone saw this scene, each and every one of them could not help drawing a cold breath. Without these 2 people hindering, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's speed suddenly sped up. Among the 3 people, he was the least injured. Heavenly Eye was a Deva realm formation path master in the end. His formation Dao strength was formidable to the extreme. He could naturally neutralize the majority of the restrictions' power. Now, without Shui Yuan 2 people dragging him down, his speed suddenly accelerated. Yi Yuan's face fell slightly. He still underestimated this guy in the end. The further down, the weaker the power of the restrictions, and the smaller the harm to Heavenly Eye naturally too. As long as he could endure until below 2,000 miles, it would be very hard for Yi Yuan to cause substantial harm to him anymore. Among the 3 people, the most troublesome one was Heavenly Eye instead. Yi Yuan naturally did not want to let him off. Even if did not kill, he also wanted to inflict serious wounds, making him unable to recover within a short time. Otherwise, being targeted by a Deva realm powerhouse all day, Yi Yuan would find it hard to eat and sleep. The 2 people, one chased and one fled. They arrived at the foot of the mountain in a blink of an eye. "Brat, hide in 8 Void Mountain for all your life if you have the capability. As long as you leave 8 Void Mountain, this Deva will definitely tear your corpse to pieces." Upon exiting 8 Void Mountain, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye suddenly became light, fleeing like flying. Before leaving, he even left behind harsh word. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he said to Riverward, "Senior, lend the bow to me." Chapter 2259. Subst.I. Tooting Arrow with Sword. Chapter 2259. Subst.I. Tooting Arrow with Sword. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye fleeing 8 Void Mountain was akin to the tiger returning to the mountains, a fish entering the seas. As long as he recovered slightly, with Yi Yuan's bit of strength, he could just wait to be slaughtered, unless he could attain Dao in 8 Void Mountain. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Riverward's expression changed and he said, "The limitless G.O.D. Killing Bao's power is extremely strong, but your strength," Yi Yuan said, "relax. I have a score in my heart. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye is too strong. I can't let him leave." Riverward's gaze glimmered and he said with a nod, "Okay, you be careful." After talking, he did not hesitate either, taking out the limitless G.O.D. Killing Bao. He said it to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not say a word, removing the restrictions on the bow in no time flat. A terrifying surge of power engulfed the wildness. The entire 8 Void Mountain was stunned by the limitless G.O.D. Killing Bao's horrifying aura. Dao artifact. It's a Dao artifact. What terrifying power, no wonder the 3 of them pursued until here. When someone saw the limitless G.O.D. Killing Bao, even the pitch of their voice changed. A terrifying backlash force gushed out of the limitless G.O.D. killing Bao, wanting to kill Yi Yuan like killing those heavenly emperors. But right then, an even more majestic and imposing aura suddenly released from Yi Yuan's body, suppressing the limitless G.O.D. killing Bao's power. That was the pressure of the lesser heaven-span mountain. Tao Artifact. The reason why it was called Tao Artifact was that the powerful Tao ACCU mulations hidden inside were akin to heavenly Tao personally descending. But any Tao artifact still paled in comparison when in front of the lesser heaven-span mountain. The limitless G.O.D. killing Bao's haughtiness that had just shown its head was thoroughly suppressed by Yi Yuan. All this was quietly completed in the instant that Yi Yuan gripped the limitless G.O.D. killing Bao. Bystanders did not detect it at all. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help turning pale with fright. Riverward even had a look of astonishment. Such a precious treasure, there was simply no way of controlling if one's strength was not up to par. But Yi Yuan actually did not suffer the least bit of backlash when holding it in his hand. In fact, he felt fear, this emotion, from the limitless G.O.D. killing Bao. This made him feel extremely absurd. Why would a Tao artifact fear an Empyrean? But the more he denied it, the stronger this feeling got. Yi Yuan gripped the limitless G.O.D. killing Bao in his hand. His aura instantly skyrocketed to the peak. It was as if the enormous eight-void mountain only had him alone left. Sword, come! Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned. Countless divine essence gathered over from all directions, forming a light sword. Bao arched, sword notched. These movements were completed in one go, akin to floating clouds and flowing water, natural and smooth. 8 void mountains' powerhouses were already dumbstruck with amazement. Yi Yuan actually substitute the arrow with a sword by condensing a sword with the power of source. Every element was not something that should happen to a martial artist at Yi Yuan's realm. Yet, these impossible things gathered onto his person alone. Yi Yuan's essence, energy, and spirit poured into the limitless G.O.D. killing Bao crazily. However, a Tao artifact was a Tao artifact after all. All the strength in Yi Yuan's body was virtually depleted in an instant. While he merely only pulled an extremely small angle on the limitless G.O.D. killing Bao. But just this extremely small angle was sufficient. Go! Yi Yuan gave a cold cry, fingers letting go slightly. The light sword disappeared with a swoosh. Rumble! A breath later, an Astoni's H.I.+ing loud boom came from the distance. Talking about it was slow, but actually, from when Heavenly Eye left to Yi Yuan chasing after, then to drawing the bow and releasing the arrow, it was merely several breaths' time. With Heavenly Eye's current speed, it was merely a distance of several million miles. This distance did not count as far at all to a Tao artifact's arrow. Yi Yuan's divine sense was constantly locked hard onto him. With this arrow tearing across the sky, it arrived in an instant. A Tao artifact coupled with Yi Yuan's sword of source, how Astoni's H.I.+ing was the power? No need to look. Yi Yuan also knew that Heavenly Eye would have to recuperate for more than 1,000 years even if he did not die this time. The entire mountain was silent. Everyone put down the things in their hands and looked at this young man who was a.n.o. body. In several days, among the 3 great Deva realm powerhouses, 2 were dead and 1 was seriously injured. This proud battle achievement was sufficient to be written in the annals of history. Thinking back now, everyone also felt like they were dreaming. Just what kind of freak is this boy? This emperor has comprehended on Tao at 8 Void Mountain for many years, and it simply can't compare to his measly few days. Not only is his comprehension ability exceptional, but he can also even suppress Tao artifacts and comprehend the source of Sword Tao. How can there be such a monstrous person in this world? This boy clearly has a Tao artifact in his hands. But why do I actually not have the desire to h it over? Dealing with him must have a surefire plan. Once you can't kill him, the consequences will be catastrophic. 8 Void Mountain was the holy land of the formation path. The hidden lucky chances were countless. The powerhouses that come here to comprehend formations and excavate treasures were too many to enumerate. Even high-level heavenly emperors were not in the minority too. It was just that these few days, Yi Yuan and Heavenly I-2 parties sent the 8 Void Mountain into a tizzy. Seeing Yi Yuan cut down Deva realms overwhelmingly, this kind of impact was seriously too strong, resulting in the treasure being in front, but they did not dare to have designs on it. A few days ago, the people who had designs on it had all already turned to dust. Even Deva realm powerhouses died, let alone them? Of course, there were quite a few people who saw that Yi Yuan was debilitated, their gazes revealing murderous gleams too. But no one dared to come forward. The place where Yi Yuan was located was at the fringe of the restrictions. He could enter 8 Void Mountain at any time. Inside restrictions, Yi Yuan was close to invincible. The high alt. 1. Tudes of 8 Void Mountain naturally had several Deva realm experts hidden too. Originally, the fight here had nothing to do with them, they could not be bothered either. But that instant when Yi Yuan took out the limitless God killing bow, there were still quite a few people who were moved. It was just that there was still an body who dared to take action. The overturned cart in front was a warning for those people behind. Ruining one's cultivation base for a Tao artifact was not worth it. Go up the mountain. Yi Yuan threw the limitless killing bow back to riverward and swallowed medicinal pills himself, rapidly restoring his physical strength. But leaving 8 Void Mountain at this time was clearly not a wise move. 8 Void Mountain's powerhouses were too many. Rashly leaving without recovering to peak state was equivalent to a lamb walking into the tiger's mouth. Right now, everyone was looking at him. It was hard to guarantee that people would not be moved. Being stimulated by Yi Yuan previously, quite a few middle and late-stage Heavenly Emperor powerhouses all went straight down the mountain and comprehended on Tao from the beginning. At this time, there were quite a lot of powerhouses at the foot of the mountain too. As for those with weak strength at the foot of the mountain, they were currently quaking in their boot. After all, Tao artifact this sort of thing, the power was truly too great. Yi Yuan holding the limitless God killing bow in his hand earlier, there was even a misconception that he could shoot through this sky. That arrow earlier, people reckoned that even a first firmament Heavenly Emperor would find it very hard to receive. This arrow also let Yi Yuan have a clear understanding of how terrifying Tao artifacts were. No wonder so many people would be moved. Yi Yuan brought the 2 people and went straight up to 2,800 miles. It was only to see him repeatedly snap his fingers. The power of restrictions suddenly erupted. This scene gave everyone a fright. What's he doing? Committing suicide? Someone cried out in surprise. But, in the next instant, 8 Void Mountain's spiritual energy suddenly surged, gathering over toward Yi Yuan this side. At the 3,000 miles area, a Deva realm formation path expert had a stunned look as he said in shock, "This 8 Void Mountain's restrictions can still be played like this? Looks like this Deva was really ridiculously wrong these few years." It turned out that the 8 Void Mountains restriction that Yi Yuan triggered was actually a spirit-gathering grand array. Chapter 2260. Sorry about it. Chapter 2260. Sorry about it, it can still be used like this? I never knew that 8 Void Mountains restrictions can even trigger a spirit-gathering grand array. A spirit-gathering grand array above 2,800 miles. The power is extraordinary. This boy is going to break through. 8 Void Mountain had always been synonymous with danger. Under the powerful restrictions here, no idea how many powerhouses fell here. But they had never heard that the restrictions here could still be used as a spirit-gathering grand array. they suddenly discovered that Yi Yuan was already not comprehending array formation. He was playing with array formations. Ingenuity in varying tactics depends on mother wit. Clearly, Yi Yuan comprehending Tao here already gained the true essence of the 8 Void Mountains formation path. On the contrary, they were cautious in taking every step here, akin to treading on thin ice, fearful of setting off restrictions. What they comprehended was just extremely superficial formation Tao. Around 2,800 miles and above spirit-gathering Grand Array, the spiritual energy was incomparably abundant, forming a thick fog around Yi Yuan. He brought Riverward and Wild Blade to a safe place outside the fog and said, "You guys help to guard me." After talking, he entered inside the fog. Under such thick spiritual energy, Yi Yuan's strength that was drained was in the midst of rapidly recovering. He sat within the restrictions, both eyes tightly shut. He was comprehending the formation Tao comprehensions along the way. Yi Yuan fought his way up to 2,800 miles all the way from the foot of the mountain. The things acquired were not just exterminating Deva realms. 8 Void Mountains Grand Arrays were like a vast ocean. The more he navigated, the more unfathomable he felt. With Yi Yuan coming up all the way, he had a lot of comprehension and needed time to digest a bit. While at this time, the chaos world within Yi Yuan's body finally could not hold back and started expanding once again. Within Yi Yuan's body, his cultivation method started operating on its own. He started advancing toward the late-stage chaos realm. All of his mind and body were put into comprehending formation Tao. This comprehension was 7 years long. In 7 years' time, Yi Yuan finally fully comprehended the formation Tao in 2,800 miles. Unknowingly, already reached late-stage Chaos Realm, there's only a step away from grand completion Chaos Realm. Looks like I absorbed quite a bit of spiritual energy during these 7 years. Yi Yuan removed the restriction and scattered the fog, everything returned to tranquility. Suddenly, he discovered one resentful gaze after another currently looking over towards him. Amen? All looking at me like this for what? I didn't seem to have offended them, right? Yi Yuan said with a curious look. Wild Blade had a strange expression as he said, "Young master, you didn't offend them? These 7 years, this mountain full of powerhouses have all been offended by you." Seeing Yi Yuan have a blank look, Riverward added on with a bitter smile and said, "Your array formation virtually plundered all the spiritual energy. These 7 years, the powerhouses on the whole mountain were unable to cultivate." Yi Yuan only cared about close seclusion back then, and did not think that much. During these 7 years, he absorbed more than a significant amount of spiritual energy. The array formations above 2,800 miles, their power rivaled Deva realm. Such a spirit-gathering grand array, how horrifying was the power! Yi Yuan's current realm was roughly equivalent to peak 8th firmament Empyrean. He also did not think, with the Chaos Heavenspan Cannon's freakish refining ability, being able to let him break through 2 minor boundaries in a row, how great the capacity of spiritual energy did that require. 8 Void Mountains' spiritual energy was extremely abundant. Furthermore, the further up, the thicker the spiritual energy. Yi Yuan's spirit-gathering grand array was too unreasonable. The spiritual energy above it could not S-N-A-T-C-H any at all. So it only S-N-A-T-C had the spiritual energy below. The major powers who comprehend formation Tao here, those were all calculated with tens of thousands of years. They cultivated while comprehending Tao here. But Yi Yuan drained the spiritual energy that they cultivated dry. How could they not be resentful? But these heavenly emperors did not dare to offend Yi Yuan either, afraid that he would smite them with a bolt of lightning. There was no choice. They could only endure and hope that he would finish cultivating soon. Who knew that this guy was really shameless? The moment he cultivated, it was 7 years. These 7 years, the cultivation of the powerhouses below 2,800 miles virtually did not make the slightest improvement. The resentment of the mountain full of powerhouses grew increasingly heavier. Riverward and Wild Blade almost could not bear it any more. If Yi Yuan still did not wake up, they almost could not resist taking the initiative to wake Yi Yuan up anymore. Yi Yuan yawned and said with cupped fists, "Seniors, sorry about it." This Yi was comprehending Tao here, and forgot the time for a moment. Truly sorry. Said that he was sorry. Yi Yuan completely did not have an apologetic appearance. He relied on his ability to seize spiritual energy. So who did he bothered? This 8-void mountain was not opened by someone, right? Who set the rules to prohibit cultivation here? Yi Yuan was not an overbearing person. It was not worthwhile for him to blame himself for this sort of thing. Breaking through 2 minor realms in 7 years, he was still very satisfied. On 8-void mountain, the group of heavenly emperors dared to get angry but did not dare to speak. Fortunately, it was only 7 years. If Yi Yuan comprehended for 80 to 100 years here, they might as well go down the mountain. At this time, a figure slowly walked down from on top of the mountain. It's Heavenly Emperor Xiao Yun. What's he finding that surnamed Yi for? Heavenly Emperor Xiao Yun is 8-void mountain's legend, an existence above 3,500 miles, even more fearsome than Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye. Could it be that he's looking for trouble? There's a good show to watch now. Want to find trouble, he would have long gone for it. Why would he wait for that surnamed Yi to finish cultivating? The moment this figure came out, it immediately caused a stir. Heavenly Emperor Xiao Yun was a terrifying existence above 3,500 miles, his cultivation being terrifying to the extreme. Existences the likes of Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye had to bow their heads in submission in front of him too. Heavenly Emperor Xiao Yun slowly walked to the vicinity of Yi Yuan and opened his mouth and said, "This old man is Xiao Yun. Little friend Yi finished cultivating. So are you going down the mountain?" Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "I'm Yi Yuan, offering greetings to Senior Xiao Yun. What Senior said is right. This Yi is just about to go down the mountain." Xiao Yun said, "Little friend Ye's formation Dao can move the GODS, making this old man admire endlessly. I wonder where little friend Yi was taught? This old man wants to find a time to go and exchange views with little friend Yi. I wonder if I can?" The moment these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. Heavenly Emperor Xiao Yun, what kind of proud existence was he? He actually humbled himself in making acquaintances. Furthermore, his tone did not seem like addressing a junior, but like he was talking to a peer. Clearly, he felt that Yi Yuan already had this qualification. Toward such existences, Yi Yuan was long already used to it and naturally would not feel any feeling of being overwhelmed by an unexpected favor. At once, Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said with a smile, "This Yi came from southern borders Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma. If Senior Xiao Yun is interested in coming, I'll naturally feel greatly honored by your gracious presence. Alright, this Yi still have important matters. I'll take my leave first." Xiao Yun nodded slightly and said, "Southern borders Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma, is it? Okay, this old man has noted it down." At this time, he suddenly said in a clear voice, "If you all covet little friend Ye's Dao artifact, it's becoming enemies with this Deva." This voice instantly spread throughout 8-void mountain. The heavenly emperors who had formidable strength were actually eager for action in their hearts already. After all, the allure of a Dao artifact was too strong. Furthermore, as long as Yi Yuan left 8-void mountain's powerful restrictions, he was just a measly little Empyrean realm brat. With their late-stage heavenly emperor strength, why would they care about an Empyrean? But this sentence from Heavenly Emperor Xiao Yun immediately dispelled their thoughts. Yi Yuan could be offended, but Heavenly Emperor Xiao Yun? They could not afford to offend the latter. Chapter 2261. Certain Death Scheme. Chapter 2261. Certain Death Scheme. With Heavenly Emperor Xiao Yun's awe, Yi Yuan swaggered out of 8-void mountain and left just like that. But even if there wasn't Heavenly Emperor Xiao Yun, he would not care either. 3 great Deva realm powerhouses pursued him for 1,000,000,000,000 miles and failed to make him stay, let alone a few heavenly emperors? Presently, his strength made great improvements. Even if he was not a heavenly emperor's match, escaping did not pose a problem. Heavenly Emperor Xiao Yun naturally understood this as well. It was merely offering a convenient favor. That was all. At least, his one sentence could save Yi Yuan quite a bit of trouble. When the 3 people left 8 Void Mountain, Yi Yuan stopped his footsteps and said to Riverward with clasped hands, "Senior, this Yi has other important matters and will take my leave here. If Senior is free, you can also come to Southern Border's Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma to find this Yi." He and Riverward were chance acquaintances. Yi Yuan saving him was also just happening to be present on the occasion. Presently, Shui Yuan 3 people, 2 were dead and 1 seriously injured. It was impossible to find trouble with Riverward within a short time. Riverward was a 9th firmament heavenly emperor powerful existence. Even if he was presently crippled, he had the ability to protect himself too. It was naturally not nice for Yi Yuan to overstep his boundaries. If it was too deliberate, Riverward would even think that he had some devious thoughts. Riverward's expression was complicated. Finally making up his mind, he handed the limitless G.O.D. killing bow to Yi Yuan and said, "Little friend Yi, this limitless G.O.D. killing bow I'll give to you." Yi Yuan was slightly surprised. Riverward practically died, with his Tao dissipating, for the limitless G.O.D. killing bow. But now, he actually gave it to him? He shook his head and said with a smile, "Senior, you don't have to be like this. I didn't save you for it." But Riverward insisted, "Little friend Yi doesn't have to worry too much. If you covet it, you didn't need to save me at all. You could have just killed me back then. I'm giving it to you, firstly to thank your life-saving grace. Second, it's that I'm already crippled. Wanting it is useless too. So might as well give it to you." Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "All right, then this Yi won't be pretentious and accept it first. In the future, when Senior's strength recovers, I'll return it to you." Riverward smiled bitterly when he heard that and said, "I employed the power of my small world to escape with my life and already damaged my foundation. At present, my small world is already in ruins, becoming a dead world. How can I still recover my strength?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior, rest assured. Heaven doesn't cut off all roads. Leave your injuries to me." Riverward trembled all over and looked at Yi Yuan and said, "You have a way?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, 100 over years ago, this Yi had once experienced a great battle, with my small world being completely devastated. Later, this Yi gained enlightenment on Tao and created the Chaos Samsara pill. That was how I recovered. Senior's injuries are largely identical with this Yi's past injury, albeit having some minor differences. After this Yi breaks through to the Heavenly Emperor realm, as long as I find suitable rank 8 spirit medicines, you can naturally recover." Riverward's eyes were originally gloomy. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, he immediately had a hopeful look. This. Truly, heaven doesn't cut off all roads. Being able to meet little friend Yi, heaven truly didn't forsake me. Heaven truly didn't forsake me. Riverward said with an agitated look. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If Senior doesn't have anywhere to go, why not go to my Heavenly Eagle and become a permanent resident?" Riverward nodded his head repeatedly and said, "I'm all alone by myself without a tie in the world. So I'll go together with you." Finished talking, the 3 people set off once more, heading toward the southern border. Returning to Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma, it was already several months later. Yi Yuan ordered people to settle Riverward and Wild Blade down, and then he went to find Bai Tong. The reason why he came back was that he received Bai Tong's summons. "Brother Bai, what happened?" Yi Yuan asked. Bai Tong's expression was rather ugly. Handing a jade slip to Yi Yuan, he said, "You see for yourself." Yi Yuan's heart sank, having a foreboding premonition. Sure enough, after he looked through the things in the jade slip, his expression became extremely ugly. Ning Tianping was captured. Yi Yuan heard Ning Tianping say before, his master, Mo Li Fei's enemy, was called Li Zhaoqing, and was at the eastern border's sky-famed great imperial capital. But this Li Zhaoqing had merely a peak true G.O.D. cultivation. Even if he broke through to Empyrean realm, with Ning Tianping's present strength, dealing with him should not be a problem. Before leaving, Yi Yuan gave Ning Tianping quite a number of Empyrean spirit treasures. Even if he could not win, running away should not be a problem. But did not expect that Ning Tianping was actually captured. The jade slip said that Mo Li Fei was already killed and Ning Tianping was imprisoned. This was nothing much. What was strange was that the other party made Yi Yuan bring 50 rank 7 divine pills to go and redeem him. Furthermore, it could only be Yi Yuan alone. Who the other party was, Yi Yuan did not have the slightest clue. But Yi Yuan was certain that it was not Li Zhaoqing. Just the likes of him did not have this ability. Yi Yuan dug deep within and thought of many possibilities, but also did not think of who it was. What do you think? Yi Yuan asked Bai Tong. Bai Tong had clearly already thought it over and said in a solemn voice, "This is definitely a trap. Furthermore, the person who laid down the trap understands you very well. In my view, the medicinal pills are just a cover. Their real objective is you." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Tianping has followed me for so many years, I know his disposition. Even if he dies, he also won't reveal any information about me. I'm afraid that right when Tianping left the city, he was already targeted." Bai Tong's face fell and he said, "No way, right? Could it be that we have a spy among us?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Heavenly Eagle developed too quickly these few years. Although the cohesion is very strong, wanting to watch over every aspect is clearly not too likely. It wasn't a secret that Tianping and I left Heavenly Eagle. It's also not strange that people knew. They don't dare to take action against me. So they naturally thought of a plan for Tianping. The other part clearly knows me very well and definitely laid down an inescapable net, waiting for me." Bai Tong's expression changed and he said, Then what to do? Don't go." Yi Yuan gave Bai Tong a glance. The latter's face turned red. He knew that it was impossible for Yi Yuan to not go. Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping were master and servant in name, but brothers in reality. Back then, Yi Yuan killed people in a rage for Jiang Ming, who was a body. Now, his brother was in trouble. So how could he sit by idly and remain indifferent? "Relax, the reason why they don't dare to take action against me is clearly that they don't have confidence. Moreover, I made great harvests going out this time. These are all outside of their expectations. But before this I have to make some preparations," Yi Yuan said. Bai Tong was worried about his safety. He naturally would not blame Bai Tong. "I'll go together with you," Bai Tong said. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "You can't go. There are definitely their informants inside and outside the city. Once they discover that you aren't in the city, they will definitely kill the hostage." Bai Tong's brows furrowed, clearly being quite worried about Yi Yuan going alone. What he was worried about was if the other party had Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. With Yi Yuan's current strength, forget about saving people, he would get captured himself too. As for spatial law, it was already something that everyone in this southern border knew about. The other party would definitely seal off the S.P.A.C. around the area and not give Yi Yuan the chance to escape. This trap was a complete and utter scheme. You had to come whether or not you wanted to. Furthermore, the enemy was in the dark and Yi Yuan was in the light. This was virtually a certain death scheme. Chapter 2262. A Stroke of Genius. Chapter 2262. A Stroke of Genius. Sky-famed great imperial capital was not the same as other cities, with endless streams of horses and carriages, being so crowded with people. Yi Yuan arrived outside the city gates, and could not help being taken aback. A girl was standing there, already welcoming him. The girl greeted with folded hands at the lower right side and smiled brightly as she said, "Sia has been waiting here for a long time. Sir seems to be very surprised to see Sia?" This woman was none other than the Rong Sia who he happened to meet once before. Rong Sia was Southridge Ten Nations Cloud Jade Imperial City's princess, who later entered Linghua Pavilion. Back then, she instigated behind the scenes to have people frame Jiang Jade Hall. Later, under Yi Yuan's compelling power, Rong Sia had no choice but to come over and extend a formal apology. Yi Yuan did not expect that it was actually this woman controlling everything at the back. What deep scheming! Suddenly, Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, and he said in a solemn voice, "You're of the divine race." At that time, Yi Yuan knew absolutely nothing about the divine race and did not detect Rong Sia's abnormality. Meeting again now, he recognized it with one look. This time, it was Rong Sia's turn to be surprised. She was first taken aback, and then she immediately smiled and said, "Sir actually knows about the divine race. Then Sia needs to reintroduce herself. Divine race's hidden lineage's divine daughter, Rong Sia, pays respect to Sir Yi." The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. Humanly being captured was to be this whatever divine daughter. He did not expect that he would actually encounter another divine daughter. A surge of killing intent immediately gushed out. Rong Sia was rather surprised by Yi Yuan's reaction. It was still all right previously, but upon mentioning divine daughter 2 words, Yi Yuan's expression immediately changed. Hidden lineage. Looks like the divine race being suppressed in the abyss world. Your hidden lineage escaped a calamity. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Rong Sia said in surprise, "Looks like Sir knows a lot about the divine race's secrets." Yi Yuan said in a cold voice, "Not just know, but this Yi even almost killed a divine son and the profound lineage's 9th elder. Hope that you aren't so unlucky to end up in my hands this time." Rong Sia opened her mouth wide, a look of shock as she said, "Profound lineage's 9th elder? Impossible. The 9 elders are the strongest people in the race. With your strength, you can't even survive one move under his hands at all." Rong Sia naturally knew what kind of figures the 9 elders were. So in her view, Yi Yuan's boasting was a little too big. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Is that so? Isn't the 2 worlds pious Sageway about to link up soon? You can find 9 origin to confirm it, see if I'm bragging or not. Also, you all have an ancestor called Dameld. An arm was cut off by me. I don't know where he ran to now." Rong Sia's face was full of shock. Those were all the divine race's legendary CLA's figures out of Yi Yuan's mouth. Especially Dameld, that was a peak powerhouse of the previous epoch. Absolutely not just anyone knew about these things. Furthermore, with her understanding of Yi Yuan, it was impossible for her to talk through her hat. Could it be that he really did it before? This was too scary. She drew a deep breath, her expression slightly awkward as she said, "Sir, please follow me." Yi Yuan followed Rong Sia into the city, but discovered that the people in the city were few and far between. Furthermore, the people here were all very strange, a murderous aura faintly loomed on each person. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, seemingly recalling something. "These people are all from the Death Soul Gate? The Death Soul Gate is your divine race's organization?" Yi Yuan suddenly paused his footsteps and asked. Rong Sia raised her eyebrows and praised, "Really can't hide anything from Sir Yi." "That's right. The Death Soul Gate was single-handedly established by our hidden lineage." Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "In that case, the ones who attacked Heavenly Eagle back then and wanted to bring me away, those were your people too?" Rong Sia did not hide it and nodded her head and said, "That's right. It was single-handedly arranged by me." Yi Yuan's fury loomed and he said in a cold voice, "Looks like this Ye's grudges with the divine race are really quite a lot." Rong Xie smiled sweetly and said, Sir Yi, rest assured. These grudges will be resolved very soon. Yi Yuan looked at her and said, Looks like you're very confident in being able to keep this Yi here. Rong Xie smiled and said, In order to capture Sir, Xie paid a considerable price. If this can't keep Sir as well, Xie, this divine daughter, can't carry on anymore. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Then let's wait and see. Yi Yuan followed Rong Xie and arrived at the City Lord Manor. Upon entering the City Lord Manor, Yi Yuan detected that the nearby SPAC was already thoroughly confined, unable to teleport at all. It seemed like what Rong Xie said was right. She really schemed for a long time in order to deal with him. Arriving in the hall, an old man slowly came up and bowed to Rong Xie and said, Your Highness, divine daughter. Rong Xie nodded slightly and said, Uncle Song, Sir Yi has already been invited, but what surprised this divine daughter is that he actually understands our divine race very well. This makes things a little difficult for me. Uncle Song was slightly surprised and said, Since that's the case, kill and be done with it. Rong Xie shook her head and said, Sir Yi is someone who is born in response to the general trend of situation. He is bound to be part of that group of people who decides the heaven-span world's direction in the future. If such a person can be utilized by me, he shall be a great aid to our divine race trampling the heaven-span world. Sir Yi, do you know why I had to invite you over? Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed slightly and he said, Why? Rong Xie heaved a sigh and said, Actually, our mission is to take over the extreme nether Bodhidharma without a sound. But you rose too quickly, and you completely stirred up the waters of extreme nether Bodhidharma. Resulting to the current situation, the southern border became your world alone. The divine race's plans in the southern border were all disrupted by you alone. However, this divine daughter admires you greatly. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, I want to see Ning Tianping. Rong Xie smiled and said, Bluffed you, Ning Tianping isn't here at all. You can't see Ning Tianping. As long as you stay in Death Soul Gate and do things for this divine daughter, he'll be fine all the way. But, if you insist on opposing the divine race, then apologies. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, Is that so? Then I wonder, Your Highness divine daughter's life and Ning Tianping's life, which is more valuable? Sir Yi really loves to joke around. You seem to have forgotten, this place is my territory. Rong Xie laughed until she shook with laughter. It was as if she heard a very hilarious joke. Immobilize! A cold cry came over, Rong Xie's laughter abruptly stopped. Yi Yuan rushed toward Rong Xie like an arrow that left the bow. But right at this time, Dao marks inside the hall glimmered, and they actually cracked Yi Yuan's heavenly Dao true word in an instant. Uncle Song's figure flashed and directly clashed with Yi Yuan. Behind him, Rong Xie kept giggling away and said, Sir Yi underestimates Xie too much. Your heavenly Dao true word is famous throughout the southern border. So how can Xie not guard against it? Without the heavenly Dao true word, you're like a tiger without teeth. I want to see how you'll capture this divine daughter. But right at this time, there was a blue blur before Uncle Song's eyes. It was only to see countless swords appear in front of him, filling the entire hall. Uncle Song's pupils constricted, and he cried out in shock, Sword formation! A sword formation formed with 1,000 Empyrean spirit treasures. Chapter 2263. What you grasped was merely the past me. Chapter 2263. What you grasped was merely the past me. Within the hall, countless swords interwove to form a tight web, enveloping over toward Uncle Song. Empyrean spirit treasures were nothing in front of heavenly emperors. In fact, their casual blows could annihilate Empyrean spirit treasures. But a sword formation formed out of 1,000 Empyrean spirit treasures was absolutely an unprecedentedly grand occasion. 1,000 absolute extinction sword formation, kill! Yi Yuan gave a cold cry, soul force pouring out frantically, controlling the flying swords to charge toward Uncle Song. This was one of the trump cards that Yi Yuan prepared. After 7 years of enlightenment, Yi Yuan's formation Dao attainments already shocked even Deva realm powerhouses. How powerful was the sword formation that he comprehended? This sword formation was formed by thousands of peak Empyrean spirit treasures. Its power was even more extraordinary. Presently, Yi Yuan sat on 60% of the southern border's profits, his wealth rivaling a nation. Before coming, he spent a huge sum of money and bought 1024 flying swords from the myriad treasure tower in one go through Empyrean Flutterfeather. At that time, it scared Empyrean Flutterfeather badly. This trump card could be said to be Yi Yuan's strongest ace in the hole at the moment. This move fused formation Dao Source and sword Dao Source. The might of its power could already rival heavenly emperors. 1,000 flying swords turned into one streak of light after another 8-mark heavenly Dao realm. How powerful was it? Dao marks glimmered indeterminately on Uncle Song's body, who already unleashed all of his abilities, attempting to rush out of the sword web. But he could not charge out at all. Although his attacks were powerful, this sword formation was like a quagmire. His strength was instantly cut into countless pieces. Formation Dao Source plus Sword Dao Source was not so easy to crack. If this move matched up against Empyreans, it was basically an instant kill. No matter how monstrous your strength was, there was also absolutely no possibility of surviving. In virtually an instant, a berserk power leveled the entire city Lord Manor to the ground. Heavenly Emperor-level battle was not what an Empyrean-level city Lord Manor could contend with at all. Yi Yuan's speed was swift to the extreme, directly circling around Uncle Song and charging over toward Rongxie. It was quicker than words could convey. From Yi Yuan suddenly making a move to releasing the sword formation, then to Yi Yuan's sneak attacking Rongxie, it was merely a matter of an instant. Rongxie thought that victory was within grasp, but did not expect that Yi Yuan broke through Uncle Song in a blink of an eye and arrived in front of her, scaring her until she turned pale from fear, and turned tail and ran. However, Rongxie's contingency was clearly more than just this. In the instant the city Lord Manor turned to dust, 3 powerful to the extreme auras appeared once more, arriving with a howl. 3 human heavenly emperor powerhouses. These 3 great heavenly emperors were all the Death Soul Gate's upper echelons, all summoned by Rongxie to deal with Yi Yuan. But they had not made a move yet, and Yi Yuan already struck first to gain the advantage. The nearby SPAC was sealed off. They were unable to teleport over and instead had Yi Yuan take the initiative. Getting caught in one's own trap was talking about this, right? But heavenly emperors were heavenly emperors after all. With the 3 people's speed, they were swift to the extreme, virtually plussing over in a blink of an eye. The 3 people each unleashed a big move. Terrifying power directly sent the houses within a radius of several miles all flying. 3 great heavenly emperors relieving the besieged by besieging the besiegers, attacking the key points that Yi Yuan must defend, only to strive for a bit of time. Yi Yuan was in SPAC and unable to save himself at all. He could only forcefully withstand this blow. But right then, a golden bow suddenly appeared in Yi Yuan's hands. The momentum in the field changed again. An aura of great Dao made the group of heavenly emperors change expressions abruptly. Dao artifact. The 3 great heavenly emperors as well as Rongxie were all extremely shocked when they saw the limitless God killing bow. Yi Yuan did not have the slightest hesitation, crying out loudly, "Sword come!" Bow arched, sword notched. A terrifying surge of power instantly thrashed out. Presently, Yi Yuan already broke through to become an 8th firmament Empyrean. His divine essence reserve was more than 10 times stronger compared to before. The power of this arrow was also formidable to the extreme. What was even more fatal was that the 3 great heavenly emperors were too close to Yi Yuan. In the past, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly, I was several million miles away, and was even seriously injured by this arrow, let alone these three people? It was only to hear a loud bang. The three great heavenly emperors spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, figures directly being blasted flying out. But Yi Yuan borrowed the recoil force and flew even faster towards Rongxie. Heretic dragon dominating S.P.A.C. Only to hear a dragon roar, the spirit of a true dragon suddenly descended, a foot stepping down. Rumble! Rongxie hurriedly turned around to block, but with her strength, how could she be Yi Yuan's match? This foot directly kicked her until she spewed fresh blood wildly. Yi Yuan hurriedly caught up, hands moving like lightning, thoroughly sealing Rongxie away before letting out a long sigh in relief. From him making a move until now, merely 2 breaths of time said. Everything developed too quickly. Yi Yuan virtually used all of his trump cards in an instant. Trapping the divine race, defeating heavenly emperors, imprisoning the divine daughter. All of the actions were completed in one go. Yi Yuan dispelled the sword formation, his entire person already like he was hauled out of the water, long already drenched completely. These 2 breaths of time practically exhausted all of his strength. Rongxie looked at Yi Yuan with a look of astonishment, her face not daring to believe it. How did he do it? An Empyrean realm powerhouse defeated 4 heavenly emperor experts in a blink of an eye and captured her. This sort of thing was really too inconceivable. Uncle Song looked at the ghastly wounds on his body and drew a cold breath. A human Empyrean used a sword formation and hurt him. Before this, Her Highness Divine Daughter said that one must not lower their guard when dealing with Yi Yuan, and they had to bet it all on one throw. Hence, Rongxie redeployed 3 of the Death Soul Gates, Heavenly Emperor experts from various places. Toward Rongxie's way of doing things, he still felt very disdainful at that time. Just a mere Empyrean brat, with him around, was it worth kicking up such a big fuss over nothing? However, Rongxie told him that the clan was currently in need of manpower. Otherwise, she would deploy 2nd Firmament Heavenly Emperors, even 3rd Firmament Heavenly Emperor powerhouses over. But earlier, Yi Yuan used 2 breaths of time to tell him that their kicking up of a fuss was still not enough. This human was completely different from the humans in his impression. I still underestimated you. Your strength improved too quickly, Rongxie said with a bitter smile. She had always paid a lot of attention to Yi Yuan, and she could be said to know all about him. Yi Yuan made a grand display of invincible might at the southern border, fighting until the Southern Border Alliance threw away their helmet and coat of mail in utter disarray. So how could she be unaware? Spatial law, heavenly Tao true word, so on and so forth, she knew all about it. Therefore, she made meticulously done preparations to lure Yi Yuan over this time. But it still failed. Yi Yuan captured her alive under the besiegement of 4 great heavenly emperors. Yi Yuan's terrifying sword formation as well as Tao artifact far exceeded her expectations. She wanted to capture Yi Yuan, but she did not expect to throw herself in. Yi Yuan's palm pressed at the back of Rongxie, and he said calmly, "Actually, before I came, I didn't have confidence either. But after seeing you, I felt confident in my heart. You want to show off in front of me, and wash away the humiliation of yesteryear. You thought that you grasped everything and understood everything about me, but you don't know that my strength is improving every minute, every second. What you grasped was merely the past me." Chapter 2264. Secret of the Divine Race. Chapter 2264. Secret of the Divine Race. Someone like you is too dangerous. Looks like I shouldn't have thought about soliciting you. Rongxie's face was full of bitter smiles. Her estimation of Yi Yuan was already as high as possible. One could say that even a heavenly emperor powerhouse would find it hard to escape her control too. But who could have thought that a measly Empyrean defeated 4 great heavenly emperors in an instant, and took her prisoner? Too late. Bring me to go find Ning Tianping. Yi Yuan said coolly. Rongxia shook her head and said, I've already imprisoned him in the clan. You can detain me here and have Uncle Song bring him here. He wanted to use Ning Tianping to blackmail Yi Yuan, and then to render him for her use. Therefore, she had the idea of imprisoning Ning Tianping long-term and sent him to the clan. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, No need. I'll go together with you all. Rongxia's gaze turned sharp and she said in a cold voice, Impossible. My hidden lineage has been living in seclusion for as long as 1,000,000,000,000 years. No outsider has ever gone in before. If you go, I'll be the hidden lineage's sinner. But Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, There's always an exception. Since your hidden lineage has already come out of seclusion, how long more can you remain hidden? At this point, going or not isn't up to you anymore. Finished talking, Yi Yuan tapped on Rongxia's back. The latter involuntarily opened her mouth, and Yi Yuan directly threw a medicinal pill in. You! Rongxia looked at Yi Yuan with a look of shock and anger. This medicinal pill is called Adversity Life-Chasing Pill. It is a poison that I specially refined. This poison is akin to bone-festering maggot. It will burrow into every inch of your flesh after entering the body, unable to be purged at all. Furthermore, after your body is completely necrotic, it will even take effect on your divine soul, making your soul disintegrate, never to reincarnate for all of eternity. You should know my alchemy Tao strength. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try, Yi Yuan said coolly. Making Rongxia swallow the poison, Yi Yuan did not care about her anymore. Her life and death was already in his control. Rongxia smiled coldly and said, You think that I'll be threatened by you? Even if I die, I also won't bring you to the clan. Yi Yuan stared at Rongxia, looking until the latter felt her hair stand on end. Suddenly, Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, Looks like you still haven't given up. Your divine race only has one divine son and one divine daughter for every lineage. They are all existences that will become 8 marks heavenly Tao realm and above in the future. Your divine race, you are few in population to begin with. Even though you've recuperated and built up energy for many years, it's probably less than 1/10,000th of the human race too, right? I wonder how great an impact a divine daughter dying will have on your hidden lineage? If there was no battle with Nine Origin, Yi Yuan also would not know so many things about the divine race. Divine sons and divine daughters were extremely hard to come by, they could be said to be the lineage's future. Some inklings of this could be seen from Nine Origin's ATTI 2 toward Yumengli. Therefore, Yi Yuan was certain that the hidden lineage definitely would not sit idly by and watch Rongxia die. Sure enough, Rongxia's expression turned stiff, and she was immediately like a ball that deflated. All right, you win, Yi Yuan said. I also want another person. Li Zhaoqing should be a member of the Death Soul Gate, right? This sky-famed great imperial capital already became the headquarters of the Death Soul Gate. Very clearly, Li Zhaoqing was a member of the Death Soul Gate. In fact, Yi Yuan suspected that Mo Li Fei and Li Zhaoqing's grudge back then was sowed when the Death Soul Gates moved out back then. Mo Li Fei died, his Tao dissipating, leaving only a wisp of remnant soul and escaping. Rongxia nodded and said, Uncle Song, you take care of this matter. Uncle Song was helpless and could only comply. Middle Realm, Windrise Great Imperial Capital. This was a great imperial capital under Heavenly Emperor Ziyun's command, a 9th firmament Heavenly Emperor. It was incomparably Fleury's. Hi+ing. Yi Yuan followed Rongxia and arrived at the busiest inn in Windrise Great Imperial Capital, arriving at the best room. Rongxia took out a jade ornament and pushed the door and entered. Yi Yuan felt himself pass through a thin membrane, and it was another world in front of him. This scene made Yi Yuan click his tongue in wonder. Capable people hope to rely on the surrounding environment to forget about worldly affairs, well deserving of being the hidden lineage, indeed have a knack. Yi Yuan marveled with admiration. With his spatial law and formation Tao attainments, he did not even discover that a small world was hidden behind this door. Most likely, it was even less likely for the heaven-span world's major powers to know that the powerful divine race was hidden right under their eyelids. Rong Xie shot him a glare and said in a chilly voice, "For 1,000,000,000,000 years, you're the first human to enter this place. But you don't be happy too early as well, the small world's entrance changes frequently. Since you entered, this entrance won't open anymore in the future. Your divine race is so powerful. Why would there be a hidden lineage like you all?" Yi Yuan suddenly asked. "Although the divine race is powerful, propagation is too difficult. Many powerhouses completely don't have progenies after living for 1,000,000,000,000 years. In order to maintain the propagation of the race, an ancestor of our divine race proposed to start another lineage outside of the 8 lineages, which is the hidden lineage. The significance of our hidden lineage's existence is for the sake of the propagation of the race." Rong Xie did not conceal it either as she said. But Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he asked, "Propagation? Isn't it very difficult for your divine race to propagate? Could it be that starting an independent lineage can multiply?" Rong Xie gave Yi Yuan a glance and said, "Our divine race is a race that's blessed by heaven. Apart from our own propagation, there's still a portion that comes from the heaven-span world's various races. Human race, demon race, fiend race, and other races all have an extremely small chance of giving birth to a divine race member. It's just that this chance is far too low. Some people won't even awaken all their life. Our hidden lineage's mission is to find these people and make them awaken, obtaining Heavenly Tao's recognition. Back then, when you returned to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, my divine race bloodline had just awakened not long and was chosen to be the hidden lineage's divine daughter. That's why my strength would advance by leaps and bounds." Hearing what Rong Xie said, Yi Yuan's expression changed wildly, monstrous waves surging in his heart. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Rong Xie was very surprised too. In her impression, Yi Yuan was always calm and composed. Even when facing the besieging of 4 great heavenly emperors, his expression did not change too. What was with this now? How can it be? How can it be? Yi Yuan muttered to himself, battered out of his senses. "What's wrong with you?" Rong Xie asked curiously. Yi Yuan trembled all over. Grabbing hold of Rong Xie, he asked fiercely, "Could it be that divine race powerhouses will also be born in small worlds?" Rong Xie nodded and said, "That's of course. Although this chance is extremely, extremely low, in 1,000,000,000,000 small worlds, the living things can't even be calculated in quadrillions. Such a large cardinal number, there will naturally be countless divine race powerhouses born every day. It's just that in small worlds, the lifespan of martial artists is too short. And our divine race's numbers are scarce, our energy limited, and are simply unable to attend to it. Otherwise, how can our divine race's status be what the human race can shake?" Crack, crack. Yi Yuan's finger joints clenched until they creaked, his entire body trembling. He had always been curious why Nine Origin would settle on Yu Mengli and choose her as divine daughter. It turned out that Lier was actually really a member of the divine race. Suddenly, Yi Yuan felt lost, his entire person like it was drained empty. Chapter 2265. Who was more lowly? Chapter 2265. Who was more lowly? Yi Yuan and Lier had always marched forward hand in hand, and he naturally knew her background. He completely did not believe that Lier was part of the divine race. She was clearly a human. So how could she possibly become a divine daughter of the divine race? But Rong Xie's words completely subverted Yi Yuan's understanding. Soul and flesh fusing into one? Could it be soul and flesh fusing into one? Yi Yuan suddenly thought of something and gritted his teeth and said, "That's right, a distinguished HI+ing trait of the divine race is soul and flesh unification. But the compatibility of soul and flesh unification is different, the physique will be different too, and the cultivation potential will also be different. The higher the compatibility, the more one can get heavenly Tao's recognition, and the faster the cultivation speed too. The divine race doesn't cultivate the world. We only cultivate heavenly Tao. Seek-off, Rong Xie said. Suddenly, Yi Yuan suddenly erupted, choking Rong Xie's neck firmly. An unrestrained, killing intent instantly burst forth. What dogs? HI plus T divine race. You all are merely humans too. It's just that the cultivation method you cultivate is different. Having a high and mighty appearance all day long, do you think that you're very impressive? If I want to kill you, it's the same as killing a dog. See cough. Let go of me. Yi Yuan's two eyes were blood-red. A berserk, killing intent pressured Rong Xie until she was virtually unable to breathe. She did not understand why Yi Yuan would suddenly become like this. A berserk, killing intent billowed to the sky, alarming the powerhouses in the small world very quickly. In a blink of an eye, more than a dozen powerful auras appeared at the entrance area. They were shockingly all 8 marks Heavenly Tao Realm Divine Race powerhouses. When everyone saw a human actually clutching the neck of Divine Daughter, with a murderous look, they could not help being alarmed and furious. A Divine Race powerhouse said in a chilly voice, "Insolence! A lowly human dares to act atrociously on my Divine Race's territory? Quickly let go of Her Highness Divine Daughter. Otherwise, I'll make you die without a burial ground." One powerful aura after another locked onto Yi Yuan firmly. As long as he acted rashly without careful consideration, they would immediately kill Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan suddenly turned his head and stared fiercely at that 8 marks Heavenly Tao Realm powerhouse. That was just an initial stage 8 marks Heavenly Tao Realm, his strength similar to Uncle Song. Lowly human? Ho ho! Divine Race's major power, let this Yi take a look at how much capability you have, to dare talk wildly like so. Yi Yuan did not say another word. Over 1,000 flying swords instantly came out, Russ. HI plusing over towards that Divine Race powerhouse. In virtually an instant, that Divine Race powerhouse was swept into the sword formation. Rumble! 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 Yi Yuan controlled the flying swords, transforming them into a sword rain that filled the entire sky, rending apart frantically. When the other Divine Race powerhouses saw this scene, each and every one of them was wildly in shock. An Empyrean Realm human actually fought with the Divine Race's 8 marks Heavenly Tao Realm powerhouses until neither could gain the upper hand. What a powerful sword formation! What thick divine essence! Such a stonies. HI plus-ing soul force. There is still such a powerful existence among humans? How is it possible? Our divine race is the supreme race among the heaven-span world's myriad races. How can a lowly human possibly be so strong? Yi Yuan's realm was naturally beneath their notice. But the combat power that Yi Yuan exhibited made them all draw cold breath. If Yi Yuan was in the same realm as them, killing them would merely be a matter of raising a hand. No need to be in the same realm. Even if it was a realm lower, they also did not dare say that they could be Yi Yuan's match. The strength that Yi Yuan displayed was this formidable, powerful until it made these divine race powerhouses endlessly terrified too. Suddenly, the few of them exchanged a look, all revealing a hint of killing intent. But at this time, Rong Xie finally caught her breath and hurriedly yelled, "Clan elders, you mustn't kill him." A late-stage 8 marks Heavenly Tao Realm powerful existence frowned and said, "Your Highness Divine Daughter, what happened? Why did you bring a human to the false divine world?" Rong Xie bit her lips lightly and said with a bitter smile, "Uncle Ming, he's called Yi Yuan. He's a human alchemy Tao powerhouse. I originally set up a trap, wanting to solicit him. Who knew that he actually captured me alive under the pincer attacks of Uncle Song and 3 human heavenly emperors. Now I'm inflicted with his poison and can only be at his whims." "What?" Those divine race powerhouses all cried out in surprise, their faces not daring to believe it. Uncle Ming said in shock, "For rank 8 powerhouses. There's even a divine race among them. How did he do it?" Heavenly emperors were invincible. This was not just common knowledge in the human world. It was similarly the common view of the divine race. It was impossible for 7 marks Heavenly Tao Realm to defeat 8 marks Heavenly Tao Realm, even if it was a divine son or divine daughter, it would not work either. Yi Yuan rivaling an 8 marks Heavenly Tao Realm was already sufficiently shocking. But Rong Xie said that he captured Rong Xie alive under the pincer attacks of 4 great heavenly emperors. This battle achievement was seriously too astonies. Hi plus ing. At this time, an old figure slowly walked out. Rong Xie's expression changed, and she bowed down. Xie admits her error and asks 3rd Elder Ru Feng for punishment. This old person was the rank 3rd powerhouse among the hidden clan's 9 elders. "Your Highness Divine Daughter, you were too reckless this time," Ru Feng said. Rong Xie nodded slightly and said, "Yes, Xie will ask for punishment from head elder." But Ru Feng's gaze looked toward Yi Yuan, his gaze radiating a brilliant light. Clearly, this human's power greatly exceeded his understanding. Yi Yuan's battle with the divine race powerhouse, the scales were already gradually leaning toward Yi Yuan's side. Under the frenzied attacks of Yi Yuan's sword formation, the other party's strength was already somewhat faltering. Defeat or even being killed was something inevitable. In the battle with Uncle Song previously, Yi Yuan's sword formation only wanted to trap him, and he did not deploy full strength. Furthermore, at that time, Yi Yuan was multitasking, and he also had a large amount of energy held up. It was naturally impossible to go all out. But even so, Uncle Song was still injured. But now, under Yi Yuan's sullen anger, his combat strength was fearsome to the extreme, completely unleashed. Hi plus ing the power of the 1000 absolute extinction sword formation without holding back in the slightest. How astonies! Hi plus ing was the power? Ru Feng's brows furrowed slightly and he said in a clear voice, "Young friend, please stop, we can talk things through." Yi Yuan completely ignored him. Instead, his mind stirred and the power of the sword formation became even stronger. Ru Feng gave a cold snort, pointed a finger out, Dao marks flashed. A terrifying power assaulted Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was currently going crazy when suddenly, alarm bells went off, and he hurriedly urged the sword formation to block. A myriad sword lights coiled around before barely managing to block this burst of power. It was also Ru Feng who did not dare to overly offend Yi Yuan. Otherwise, his one strike, Yi Yuan would die without a doubt. The sword formation dispelled. The pressure on that divine race powerhouse eased up and intense pain came from his body. At this time, the clothing on his body was long already shredded into ribbons by the sword lights. He was covered in bleeding wounds from head to toe. Although it was not fatal, the injuries were not light either. Realizing Ru Feng was there, that divine race powerhouse could not help turning red. He, an exalted divine race's 8 marks Heavenly Tao Realm powerhouses, actually lost to a human Empyrean realm martial artist. This matter would probably become a standing joke in the clan. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a sneer, "Divine race's powerhouse, you're a major realm higher than me, but you can't even beat me, this lowly human. If I am so, then what are you considered then?" That divine race powerhouse wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. Yi Yuan's words were really too sarcastic. Chapter 2266. Bullying the Divine Race for Having No One. Chapter 2266. Bullying the Divine Race for Having No One. Face slapping. A blatant face slapping. Yi Yuan viciously dealt a slap in front of a group of Divine Race 8 marks Heavenly Tao Realm powerhouses. The Divine Race was incomparably proud and completely did not place other races in their sight. But now, there was a human that they looked down on who jumped a major realm and defeated a Divine Race powerhouse. What else was more ironic than this? Ru Feng's expression was very ugly and he endured his anger as he said, "This young friend, no matter how heaven-defying you are, you're also merely just at the Empyrean realm. It's still not your turn to come and act wildly in my divine clan." Yi Yuan shot him a glance and said with a cold smile, "You're one of the 9 hidden clan elders, right? Stop posing in front of this Yi. It's not like this Yi hasn't exchanged blows with someone like you before. Wasn't he still forcefully knocked down a major realm by me and almost died?" Yi Yuan was not someone who liked to flaunt his prowess, but his heart was currently very tumultuous, with his belly full of evil fire with nowhere to give vent. He needed to find an outlet to vent out. The divine race was the best relief outlet. Let alone that what he said was the truth. Even if it was the 9 elders, what qualifications did they have to posture in front of him? When he fought with Nine Origin was at his peak state but was forcefully knocked down a major realm by Yi Yuan. Now that Yi Yuan's strength was no idea how many times stronger than that time, at the risk of seriously damaging his small world, it was not like he had no chance of finesse. Hi+ing Ru Feng off. How exalted was Ru Feng's status? When had he been opposed by people like this before? He gave a cold snort and said angrily, "Brat, it's got to go through your head when you're bragging too. If not for having misgivings with regards to Divine Daughter, you'd already be a dead man now. Come men. Bring that imprisoned human here." "No need, I'll go personally," Yi Yuan said coldly. Ru Feng said in a cold voice, "No way. How can my hidden clan's sacred land be blasphemed by you, a human?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "That's not up to you." Ru Feng was angered until his beard billowed, and he glared as he said furiously, "Brat, don't think too highly of yourself. Could it be that you think my divine race doesn't have alchemists?" Yi Yuan said with a disdainful look, "I'll give you a chance. You bring Rong Xie to go and detoxify the poison, and I'll go and meet Ning Tianping. If you can resolve Rong Xie's poison, what's the harm in me and Ning Tianping staying here?" Arrogant. Showing contempt. Yi Yuan was bullying the divine race for having no one. Ru Feng said with a cold smile, "Ignorant and impudent. This old man will let you die wholeheartedly convinced. Kong Ming, you bring this boy to go meet that human, I'll bring Divine Daughter to go detoxify the poison." Kong Ming bowed and said, "Yes, Third Elder." Rong Xie looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly, not knowing why he would suddenly have a great change in temperament. She could feel that Yi Yuan was extremely averse toward the divine race. Furthermore, he had even fought with divine race powerhouses before. Could it be that he had his closed ones die in the hands of the divine race? Sending Yi Yuan away with his eyes, Ru Feng said to Rong Xie, "This brat's arrogance is even greater than his strength. This old man hasn't had killing intent aroused for so many years. It's the first time today." Rong Xie smiled bitterly and said, "He originally wasn't like this. No idea why just now he suddenly became like this." Ru Feng waved his hand and said, "Doesn't matter anymore. Either way, he's already a dead man. Come, go with me to detoxify the poison." After talking, Ru Feng brought Rong Xie and returned to the clan. The divine race had many alchemy powerhouses too. Logically speaking, Rong Xie should be very confident. But no idea why she kept feeling that it would not be so easy. For Yi Yuan to dare come with her, it showed that he was very confident in this poison. Was Yi Yuan's alchemy strength really even more formidable than those 8 marks powerhouses in the clan? A hidden clan's medicinal hut. It was the place where the hidden clan's alchemy path powerhouses normally studied medicinal pills. The divine race's alchemy path was a unique school of thought, but they were mostly from various races. Hence, the essence of alchemy path was mostly the same. At this time, inside the medicinal hut, the hidden clan's numerous 8-star alchemy gods were gathered together, planning on detoxifying Rong Xie's poison. Even though Yi Yuan considered everything and everyone beneath his notice, his strength was placed there, Ru Feng really did not dare to underestimate. Therefore, those he called over were all the hidden clan's alchemy bigshot. Lin Yi, you're the most proficient in detoxifying poison. You help Divine Daughter to take a look, Ru Feng said to an old man. The old man nodded slightly and said with disdain, Leave it to me. A human Empyrean realm child, what powerful poison can he refine? Third Elder, I think that you can go and execute that punk right now. I heard that punk was very arrogant. Ru Feng frowned and said, Better take a look first. Divine Daughter said that this boy is very formidable. It is best to be careful. Lin Yi had a disdainful look, and placed his hand on Rong Xie's wrist, and he started reading her pulse. Everyone quietened down, casting their gazes toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi's face originally had a look of contempt, but gradually, even he did not notice that his look of disdain gradually faded away, and what replaced it was a solemn expression on his face. Following that, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter, becoming heavily wrinkled. The mood of the surrounding crowd also became increasingly more tense along with his brows. How can it be? How can it be? Lin Yu repeatedly shook his head and said. Seeing Lin Yi let go, even though he knew that there was no hope, Ru Feng still asked. How is it? Lin Yi shook his head and said, This poison is so formidable. This old man can't cure it. This toxicity has already fused into one with Her Highness Divine Daughter's fleshly body. Unless Her Highness Divine Daughter abandons her fleshly body, otherwise, there's no way to cure it at all. At this time, an old man who was sitting at the side said with a disbelieving look, What a joke! Can there still be a poison that can't be cured in this world? No matter how powerful the poison, there's a method to cure it. After talking, he also started to diagnose Rong Xie's condition. When Lin Yi saw this, he said, Zhao Cheng's medicinal path is extremely strong. He might have a way. Ru Feng nodded his head and could only wait for Zhao Cheng's diagnosis. But the change in expression on his face was virtually cut from the same cloth as Lin Yi's. Finally, it turned into a long sigh and he shook his head and said, This poison, this old man can't cure it. Ru Feng naturally did not give up and had these alchemy experts take turns to diagnose Rong Xie. But the final outcome was exactly the same. Toward this poison, they were all at a loss on what to do. In the beginning, Ru Feng was still briming with confidence. But later, he finally understood how terrifying this poison was. The poison that a human Empyrean refined, no one in the entire hidden lineage could cure it. He was previously still pledging in all solemnity in front of Yi Yuan, who knew that he had his face slapped in a blink of an eye. Rong Xie's expression also dimmed. But compared to the rest, she was mentally prepared long ago. Having these people look was merely looking for psychological comfort. She knew that Yi Yuan's medicinal pills were already hiked to a sky-high price in the southern border. The price was even higher than Heavenly Emperor's spirit treasures. Even rank 8 divine pills were not as valuable as Yi Yuan's medicinal pills too. How could the poison that such an alchemy expert refined be easy to resolve? If it was really easy to cure, would Yi Yuan be silly enough to take the initiative to come to the hidden clan with her? Ru Feng's expression was very dark. At the thought of Yi Yuan's gloating face, he almost wanted to vomit blood. He gathered the alchemy powerhouses in the entire clan, attempting to slap Yi Yuan's face. Who knew that in the end, he was slapped resoundingly. Chapter 2267. Taken Down. Chapter 2267. Taken Down. Seeing Ning Tianping, Yi Yuan's anger that had just subsided surged up with a whoosh again. The current Ning Tianping was nailed onto a cross by 4 nails. The 4 nails emitted powerful undulations, they were clearly not ordinary objects. Ning Tianping was covered in blackish-red bloodstains from top to bottom, without an intact spot. Feeling the murderous aura coming off of Yi Yuan's body, Kong Ming went on alert. He had witnessed before Yi Yuan's strength. Once this boy went berserk, he would really be not easy to handle. However, Yi Yuan did not explode. Instead, he walked in front of Ning Tianping step by step, and pulled off the nails on his 4 limbs. Yi Yuan carried him on his back and slowly walked out. Seeing this scene, Kong Ming's heart eased up slightly. Luckily, this brat knew to be scared. Leaving the dungeon, Kong Ming said, "Now that the person is already handed to you, you can go and remove the poison in Divine Daughter's body already, right?" Yi Yuan looked at him and suddenly grinned. Kong Ming was startled inwardly, immediately having a foreboding premonition. Ah! 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 Inside the dungeon, a series of tragic cries suddenly came over. Kong Ming's expression changed wildly, and he yelled angrily, "When did you d-a-m-n it?" He rushed in to take a look. Miserable screams lingered in the ears inside the dungeon. Countless flying swords were wandering around inside the dungeon. The flying swords seemed to have eyes, killing people on sight. There was no way to avoid them at all. In just this short while, the guards and prisoners inside the dungeon were already pretty much dead. 1,000 over flying swords. How many were there to be enough for Yi Yuan to kill? Below Heavenly Emperor, no one could block Yi Yuan's 1 sword at all. In a blink, Yi Yuan killed off the divine race members inside the dungeon, sparing none. When he just came out, Yi Yuan quietly hid the flying swords inside the void with a spatial mystic art. With Kong Ming's spatial law attainments, he was unable to detect it at all. After they came out of the dungeon, Yi Yuan suddenly activated his sword formation and killed off all the people in the dungeon in a blink of an eye. Finished Ma.'s sacring, the flying swords flew out of the dungeon obediently. Kong Ming gave an angry roar and bellowed, "Impudent thing! Do you really take it that this old man doesn't dare to kill you?" The divine race's members, each one was extremely precious. The hidden lineage had searched in the heaven-span world for no idea how many years, and they were very meticulous and careful, akin to treading on thin ice. That was how they acquired such a number of powerhouses. What a terrific fellow! Yi Yuan killed several hundred clan members in one go, so how could Kong Ming not be furious? Yi Yuan said coolly, "Sorry about that. With the likes of you, you really don't have this ability. Just take this today as a bit of interest. My scores with your divine race still have yet to be settled." Done talking, Yi Yuan took a step and directly shuttled into the void. Kong Ming's gaze turned intent, his expression becoming incomparably ugly as he gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "What profound spatial law! This boy's means are really a lot." Done talking, his figure moved, chasing after. Yi Yuan arrived in the clan, but he just happened to see Ru Feng bringing Rong Si out. As for the rest, they had already left respectively. Yi Yuan had a cold look, carrying Ning Tianping and walking by them, heading straight in the direction of the medicinal hut. Ru Feng could not help choking. This boy directly treated them as heir. Suddenly, Ru Feng was startled and said, "Where's Kong Ming?" His voice had yet to fade when Kong Ming rushed over, his expression ugly as he said, "Third elder, this brat Ru Feng's face fell and he said, "What did he do?" "He secretly hid flying swords in the void. After we exited the dungeon, he released the flying swords and killed all of the clan members in the dungeon," Kong Ming said with uncontrollable rage. "What?" Everyone cried out in shock. Immediately, Ru Feng's fury billowed to the sky. A powerful to the extreme pressure enveloped Yi Yuan firmly. "Boy, could it be that you really take it that this elder doesn't dare to kill you?" His figure moved, blocking Yi Yuan's path as he said angrily. Yi Yuan gave him a nonchalant glance. A strange curve suddenly curled at the corner of his mouth. Not knowing why, Ru Feng's heart suddenly thumped, immediately having a foreboding premonition. While right at this time, a young man dressed in the appearance of a medicine boy ran over and exclaimed in alarm, "Third elder, things are bad. Master he's poisoned." As that medicine boy said, a cloud of black gas suddenly emerged from his body, then he fell to the ground, convulsing endlessly. Before long, he kicked the bucket. Seeing this scene, Ru Feng only felt a chill run down his back. The medicine boy's master was none other than precisely Lin Yi. Lin Yi was poisoned. Before he could react, another medicine boy ran over, and he said roughly the same words as the one before. In a blink, he also fell to the ground and croaked. Ru Feng's head suddenly exploded and he roared angrily at Yi Yuan, "What the hell did you do?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Those who take the adversity life-chasing pill, every inch of their skin and flesh will be poisoned from head to toe. And she will become a source of poison. For those who have had physical contact with her before, the poison will spread to that person through the skin. And once it spreads, the toxicity will become 100 times stronger than the poison source. Furthermore, the toxicity will spread through heaven and earth spiritual energy. You rest assured, with the physique of the divine race, middle stage 8 marks heavenly Tao realm and above will be fine. But for those below, this was akin to a sledgehammer SMAs. HI plus ing onto Ru Feng's chest. He suddenly came to a realization. Yi Yuan was deliberately provoking him previously, making him find people to cure Rong Xie's poison. It was for this very moment right now. The toxicity could spread through heaven and earth spiritual energy. Furthermore, it was colorless and tasteless. Even a powerhouse like Lin Yi did not notice it. This poison was simply too terrifying. This elder will kill you. Ru Feng roared angrily and was about to make a move and kill. But Yi Yuan said coolly, "Each additional second you delay here, the hidden lineage will have many more people die. Moreover, if you have confidence in curing the poison, you can very well take action." Rumble. Ru Feng's palm smacked down SMAs. HI plusing a large pit beside Yi Yuan, dirt and soil flying everywhere. Yi Yuan's eyelids did not even bat. He just looked at Ru Feng indifferently. Ru Feng gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Consider yourself ruthless." Done talking, his figure moved, vanished. HI plus ing from where he was. Yi Yuan was expressionless, continuing forward, walking in the direction of the medicinal hut. To Yi Yuan, he could find the whereabouts of the medicinal hut even if he closed his eyes. Rong Xie's complexion was ashen pale. Only then did she know how terrifying of a figure Yi Yuan was. Her brain must have short-circuited, to provoke an existence like this. At the behest of supernatural powers, she followed Yi Yuan to the medicinal hut. Yi Yuan entered the medicinal hut, placed Ning Tianping on the table, and started looking for spirit medicines inside the medicinal hut with familiarity, like in his own home. Ning Tianping's injuries were severe, very severe. Those 4 nails were 4 Empyrean spirit treasure level treasures, continuously wrecking and torturing Ning Tianping. But it would not let him die. Ning Tianping hung in there with one breath all the way until now. Luckily it was Yi Yuan. If it were others, even if they rescued Ning Tianping, he would be a dead man too. However, with Yi Yuan's means, bringing him back to life also needed to expend considerable effort. Fortunately, spirit medicines were the least lacking in the medicinal hut. Yi Yuan started nursing Ning Tianping's injuries with utmost care.